the engineering section of the Nirvana. Perfect nodded as she and her staff watched the battle between the two Tekkaman on their monitor. The head engineer began explaining as the Tekkapod began its transformation. The new beam weapon will collect Slade's energy and add its own to it. The combined energies will be refocused into a more powerful beam. I call it the Super Voltiker. Saber shot out of the debris of the seed ship and was seeing red. He caught sight of his antagonist charging at him on his Tekkapod. Well, that sweet Saber just fine. Let's see Slade withstand this. Now you die. Anti-Duality. The gemstones on his torso glowed and let loose with murderous scarlet beams. Like snakes composed of light, they curved their way towards Slade, intent on annihilating him from the universe. However, that was when Slade gave his adversary the shock of his life. Super Voltiker. Pegasus let loose with a massive power blast 100 times more intense than his regular Voltiker. Anything that was caught in the beam's path was obliterated. Seed ships, space urchins and cube fighters were atomized in less than a nanosecond. The anti-Voltiker beams were neutralized as soon as they made contact with it, and Saber found out he was directly in the line of fire. The red Tekkaman tried to get away, but was engulfed in the beam as it continued on through the enemy fleet. More ships were reduced to their component molecules before the Super Voltiker hit the bow of the enemy flagship and blasted a huge hole in it. The entire craft shuddered violently, but remained relatively intact as its remaining fighters and escort ships concentrated on destroying the Nirvana's fighters. On the Nirvana were deafening cheers and whoops of joy. Yes. Goodbye, Saber. He did it. He won. He beat him. On the bridge, Magno and BC smiled. Well done, D-boy. The ancient woman said softly. As the cheering died down, Ezra announced that the core would reach critical mass in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Slade, we could use a little help here. Slade acknowledged Jura's plea and sped toward her dread fighter. Near the blonde pilot was the warrior squadron, who had been forced back almost to the edge of the planet's outer atmosphere. When he got in close enough, he jumped off Pegasus and initiated the fusion process. Tekkadread Jura in its crab form put up its barrier, and shielded the Nirvana's vanguards from the assault of the enemy ships. Inside the cockpit, Jura leaned over and planted a wet kiss on Slade's cheek. You were absolutely magnificent. Truly elegant. She was about to shower more praise on him, but then noticed that he didn't look so good. Island. Something the matter? Slade was panting a bit, and had a tired look about him as he replied. It's okay. I think I overdid it a little with the Super Voltiker. I'll be fine. Now let's maintain the shield until the Mia, Kaida and Barnet are finished. Jura nodded as she and Slade worked the controls of her Tekkadread. Outside the barrier, the enemy continued to mercilessly bombard them. The Nirvana's bridge. Estimated time for planet core chain reaction now at 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Ezra said. Tekkadread Jura is sustaining heavy damage. Celtic announced. Hold on, Slade. You too, Jura. Some thought. The planet's core. We're getting there. Keep on feeding it power. Mia commanded. We can this. Mr. Alien beat the bad alien, so it's no problem anymore. Don't get cocky and focus on your job. Mia warned. Ida gulped at her leader's stern expression, but then Barnet's smiling face appeared on her other monitor. Ida, just do your best, okay? Ida brightened up and nodded. Right. We can't hold up much longer. Jura cried out as she saw that the barrier was weakening from the enemy's relentless pounding. Slade winced as he tried to maintain the shield, but his battle with Saber had taken too much of his energy. When he looked at the holographic monitor, his confidence fell even lower. Damn! More trouble. The remaining two Tekkadreads were approaching their position. Apparently, they had been held in reserve. Now they were bearing down on them, and the Tekkaman doubted that Jura's Tekkadread shield could hold up against their power and the remaining enemy fleet. He decided that the Vanguards had done all that they could do, and raised the warrior squadron's second in command. Jusenkyo, you and the others get back to the Nirvana. The Amazon shook her head. No. We can't leave you and Jura alone to face those things. That's an order. Do as I say. Jusenkyo was about to protest further, but Slade opened up a section of the barrier that was nearest to the planet. The planet's gravity took hold of the Vanguards and pulled them into its atmosphere. With no weapons and everyone low on power, the warrior squadron pilots had no choice but to erect the shields of their van types and return to the pirate vessel, leaving Jura and Slade to face off against the enemy. Jura shivered, as the barrier was about to give way under the murderous barrage of the two Tekkadread clones and the other ships. In seconds, they would be completely defenseless against them. It can't end this way. We're so close. Jura cried as the last vestiges of their protection was about to fail. Damn! We can beat these fakes. Slade gritted. We just need more power. In front of the Tekkadread, the Tekkapod acknowledged Slade's desire. Affirmative. It then sped toward the Tekkadread. A section in the bottom of the larger machine opened up. The Tekkapod entered the slot and triggered certain mechanisms. What's happening? Jura exclaimed as her seat suddenly began moving to a new position. Slade's chair also began moving as the insides of the cockpit underwent a new configuration. Tekkadread Jura immediately went into its second form, which was the tiger. However, the feline mech then stood on its hind legs, while its front forelegs reconverted themselves and the paws became clawed hands. The knee joints of the hind limbs reversed themselves and formed humanoid legs. The entire Tekkadread became more armored as the jaws of the cat opened to reveal a face. The new machine now looked like some fierce cat warrior, complete with a cat's head, cowl and tail. Tekkadread Jura had just become Tekkadread Jura X. This is so awesome. Jura said with glee as she was now sitting back to back with Slade. Both were now wearing technological visors, which were connected to the backs of their chairs and fed into a kind of virtual reality system. Each of their hands were on cybernetic control pads. Slade was a bit put off at the Tekkadread's newest appearance, but at least it looked better than the tiger. He nodded to his partner and powered up the machine with his key. Everyone on the Nirvana was now in a state of shock at what had just happened. The warrior squadron, who had just entered the main hangar, all became jealous of Jura's latest Tekkadread form. In the engineering section, all eyes were on Perfect, who was vigorously shaking her head. "I didn't know it could do that. The planet's core. Wow!" Dinah exclaimed. "Keep focused on the mission," Mia reminded, though she too was feeling a bit awestruck. Barnett shook her head. After today, Jura wasn't going to stop talking about her new elegance. The enemy Tekkadreads took one long look at the newcomer, then opened fire. However, the new machine was just as agile if not more so than its pure feline form. As it deftly evaded each shot, its left arm began projecting a circular shield of energy, which started absorbing the blasts from the smaller harvester ships. When it had taken in as much power as it could, the Tekkadread Jura X directed its shield at its doppelganger and let loose all of that collected power in a blast of destruction. The copy Tekkadread Jura put up its own barrier, but it wasn't enough to protect it against the amplified feedback beam. The clone's barrier failed and the copy exploded, scattering its remains into space. T-2 minutes and counting, Ezra announced. However, it seemed that the bridge crew wasn't paying attention as their gazes were still fixed on what was occurring outside of the planet's atmosphere. The copy Tekkadread tried to aim its weapons at its opponent. However, Tekkadread Jura X had all the advantages of speed, agility, Slade's martial arts prowess, and one other thing that he had retained during his previous life as Ranma Sodom. Though it was deeply buried in his suppressed memory. The claws of the machine began slashing away, ripping parts off the Tekkadread copy like a cat shredding a newspaper. Finally, the claws took an eerie light as it took a stance and prepared to strike. Slade growled as he focused his power and cat fist. GOLDKK. A double cross slash with both arms cut the enemy Tekkadread into quarters, which exploded and left nothing but the victorious fusion of Tekkaman, Vandread and Dread. At that moment, the gas giant rumbled as the chain reaction had begun. They did it, Celtic declared as the energy readings of the planet's core went off the scale. Magna began barking out commands. Barnett, get back to the Nirvana now. Mia, Dinah, execute Phase 3 of the operation. Bart, get us out of here. Roger, everyone said, as the pirate vessel began moving away from the core. Slade nodded as he saw Mia and Dinah's dreads take up position near where Tekkadread Jura X was. He addressed the blonde pilot. It's time for us to separate. Dog, do we have to? Jura pouted. The enhanced Tekkadread glowed with a bright flare of light, then split apart into Jura's dread and Slade riding Pegasus again. Jura flew off to rendezvous with the Nirvana while Slade sped off to meet up with Mia. In an instant, the two combined to form the Dread Leader's dragon mecha, which used its claws to latch onto Dyna's fighter and carry it out at top speed. Behind its wake was a huge solar flare from the newly formed star that had been the gas giant. Slade and Mia had planned to use the power of the solar prominence to wipe out the enemy battleship. By manipulating the energy output of the chain reaction, they were able to direct one of the energy surges toward their target. "We're heading toward an asteroid field," a bridge operator declared as the Nirvana sped through space with the Harvester ship in hot pursuit. Behind them, the star continued to spew out solar flares in all directions, including theirs. Much of the enemy fleet was incinerated and the flames were singing the ship's stern, putting Bart in the proverbial hot seat. "Yow! Fought! Fought! Fought!" Kuzum immediately took up position in one of the navigational stations and orders all maneuvering thrusters to be switched to manual. She then began guiding the ship in relation to Bart's movements. With a little luck and some skilled flying, the pirate ship managed to avoid colliding with the oncoming chunks of rock and ice, as well as escape the solar flare. "Slade! What's wrong? We're slowing down." Mia became concerned as Slade fell a bit forward and trembled. His breathing had become somewhat irregular, and his skin had turned slightly pale. "I'm getting tired." The aqua-haired girl realized that he was feeling the strain of having to fuse more than once, and the battle with Saber had taken its toll. They had not figured on fatigue in their calculations. However, they were already committed in the attack run with the enemy flagship and there was no turning back. The solar flare behind them loomed ever closer, threatening to overtake them. Then Slade cried out, "PGAs! Combine!" The Tekkapod acknowledged its master's command and sped on an intercept course. Just as the Tekkadread was about to get Friday, a section in the rear opened up and the Vandread interlocked with it. The fusion caused a new transformation to take place as the wings took on a more feathery appearance and glowed with green flames. The talons which held Dyna's dread became more curved, while the head took on a more avian appearance, complete with a crest and beak. The rear sprouted tail-like structures, which added to the machine's overall thrust. The new Tekkadread, now shaped like Phoenix, suddenly burst forward in a fiery aura and pulled ahead of the solar flare. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" Dyna exclaimed as she looked up at Tekkadread Mia X from her cockpit. She then looked forward and saw that a few enemy ships were heading toward them to protect the flagship. However, Slade refocused his dwindling ki and quantum energy stores as the beak of the Tekkadread opened up. Phoenix Flare. GOLDKK. A gigantic fireball of quantum energy was launched, which obliterated the last of the enemy fighters and siege ships. All that was left was the Earth battleship. Dyna. Prepare for Stage 4. Slade felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder inside the enhanced cockpit of Tekkadread Mia X. He looked back and saw the Dread Leader giving him a small smile. "Slade, be careful, and don't die on us." The Tekkaman gave her a smile back and said, "Been there, done that, moved on." At that moment, Tekkadread expelled apart and Slade joined up with Ikazuchi, forming her Tekkadread. Slade was near unconsciousness and hoped that this would be ended with this next maneuver. As the solar flare raced toward them, the twin-blade cannons detached from the Tekkadread's back and joined together to form a giant version of the Tekkaman's lance. Using the power of the solar flare to propel the weapon, they ducked underneath the oncoming energy blast and let the double-bladed javelin fly. The projectile rocketed forward and slammed into the bow of the Earth mothership, piercing it through and through. The energy of the solar flare flowed into the ship and wreaked total havoc with its insides. Suddenly, the entire vessel was enveloped in one massive explosion. The crew of the Nearsmana cheered as they watched what appeared to be the final end of the enemy. On the bridge, Magno and Tuzum both agreed that it had been a job well done. However, the cheering suddenly stopped when something huge emerged from the center of the explosion. No, it can't be. Those Earth forces are really tenacious, Magno remarked as she felt her blood run cold. I can't believe this, Slade growled as he saw that the enemy mothership had still survived that supposedly crippling blow. Behind them, another solar flare was racing up behind them. Pegasus began heading toward them as well. Ida! Slade, get out of there! Magno cried out, but it was too late. The energy wave completely engulfed the Tekkadread and Tekkapod, causing it to disappear from the screens of the bridge. In the navigational well, Bart moaned in despair. Stupid! None of this will mean anything if you die again. However, the communicators began receiving a message in static. Scorpion there. Done that. Easy for the umpteenth time today. The crew was in shock as something burst out from the conflagration and streaked toward the damaged mothership. It looked like a giant armored knight with 8 feathery wings, sword blades attached to each forearm, and was colored a brilliant crystal blue. It was Tekkadread X. Apparently, Pegasus had managed to link up in that prominence. Inside the cockpit, Slade and Ida were still sitting in their usual positions, but the consoles seemed to be made out of crystal. The Tekkaman gave his partner a smile, then cried out, "Time to finish this." Ida nodded as they sped toward their target. "I'll never give up, because we made a promise." Slade's aura flared as he prepared to deliver the final attack. The Tekkadread folded up into a fetal position, with blades crossed in front of it and wings curled around it. Wing blade. GOLDKK. As the swords were thrust out in wide arcs, the wings spread out and released crescent arcs of power. The swords fired off a beam of power, which was enhanced by the blasts of the wings. The result was a blast that even the damaged enemy ship couldn't take. The attack engulfed the craft and finally, it was erased from existence in one massive eruption of power. Inside the cockpit, Slade finally gave in to exhaustion. "I'm done." He then fainted. Slade woke up inside Pega's cockpit and wondered how he got there. The sensors told him that he was in the hangar and he decided to get out. However, as soon as he opened the cockpit, he was greeted by Ida and Jura. "Welcome back," both girls said. Huh? Behind them was a crowd of girls who also chorused, "Welcome back." Slade fell forward, only to be swept up in Jura's arms as she vigorously kissed him on the cheek. "You were incredible. I simply can't believe that you saved the United States all." Slade was immediately pulled out of Jura's arms by Dinah. "Hey! Keep your hands off Mr. Alien." This made Jura very irritated. "I was just thanking him for saving us all." At that point, Shanta began making her way toward them. "I want to thank the commander too." "Not before I do," Yukio said. Dinah shook her head while tightening her grip on Slade. "No. Mr. Alien has a promise that he has to keep you and me." "What promise?" Jura, Yukio and Shantu demanded. At that moment, Puro began screaming out warnings. "It's not over yet." Slade pried himself from Dinah's grip and asked, "What are you talking about?" The little robot began displaying some images on his monitor. "I've just received some enemy transmissions. Earth has learned that we've destroyed one of their main ships and now they're sending the others to Megele and Tarak." Jura gulped as she saw the display. "My God! There's 5 more." This made the entire crew apprehensive. They had barely been able to defeat one ship. How were they going to deal with 5? Slade snorted, which caught everyone's attention. "What's with the long faces and gloom? So we've got to beat 5 more ships? Big deal." We all knew that this wasn't going to be an easy trip. So why bother worrying about it? We've already chosen our path and we've taken the first few steps. So we might as well go the distance, right? He smirked toward Dinah. The red-haired girl smiled and nodded. "Right. So we might as well go the distance, eh?" Magna chuckled as she spoke with her first mate. "Just when I thought that D-boy couldn't surprise me anymore." PC nodded as she commanded the bridge crew to set a course for home. As the Nirvana sped off into hyperspace, a certain someone arose from the remnants of the mothership. The figure was battered, torn and almost dead, but his hatred for Slade had allowed him to survive. He was too weak to go after the Nirvana and could only send out a retrieval signal for his masters to come pick him up, if they hadn't already abandoned him for failing in his mission. Whatever the case may be, Saber knew that he and Slade would once again meet. This isn't over. Slade. End of Stage 1. Author's notes. Whoa! Was that ever a long one? In any case, yes, you read that last part right. This was only Stage 1. Tekkadread, the second stage, is already in the works and I hope to have the first chapter finished by next month or so. As of now, this is the 4th story I've completed and I couldn't stop writing until I was done. In the second part, I'm going to get more into Ranma/Slade single quote as past as he encounters new friends, new enemies and new adventures. Until then. 1. For those of you who think that Dinah is nothing but an airhead, I feel that she's just as deserving to end up with Slade as anyone else. After rewatching the 4th DVD of Vandread, I became inspired by the speech she had given to get the crew's spirit back up. Therefore, I decided to write her in the same way. Tekkadread the second stage story. Tekkadread the second stage story link. https://www.fanfictaion.net/s/11183/1/category Ranma plus Vandread crossover genre size-fi/adventure author Hungmyunifor link https://www.fanfictaion.net/u/7890/last updated September 10, 2009 words 305,318 rating T status in progress content Chapter 1 to 38 of 38 chapters source fanfictaion.net summary RANMA 1/2 Tekkaman Vandread crossover further adventures of Slade and the Nirvana Chapter 1 Prologue DKK80 the second stage disclaimer Vandread, Ranma 1/2 and Tekkaman Blade belong to their own respective creators, and no money is being made off of this story which uses their characters. Prologue Earth. Saber. Come forth. We would wish to speak with you. In a darkened room on the planet of Megele and Tarak's ancestors, the Crimson Tekkaman appeared before the Council of Leaders. He was in full armor and his expression was well hidden behind the visor of his helmet. Though Saber loathed the idea of being the lackey of these pathetic individuals, he could not openly rebel against them. It was all because of that blasted obedience chip they had implanted in his brain during his creation. What do you wish of me, masters? Saber gritted. I would suggest that you watch your tone of voice, Saber. One of the leaders warned. Or shall we remind you of your proper place? Saber shook his head. He didn't need another demonstration of the pain-inducing effects of that biochip. Of course not, masters. What are your orders? Another leader nodded as he continued with the briefing. The problem concerning the accursed Tekkaman Slade has now reached very disturbing proportions. He has become an obstacle in which we can no longer take lightly. I promise you that I will destroy him and the Nirvana. A third leader snorted in disdain. As we recall, you made that promise once before and you failed miserably. Perhaps we shouldn't have even bothered to rescue you from the wreckage of Battlecruiser A4. Yes. Another leader agreed. We lost a substantial amount of ships and resources in that battle. Perhaps we made a poor investment when we gave you that set of perfectly good organs and the power of a Tekkaman. I was only defeated because Slade had that weapon and those new Tekkadreads. Saber insisted. If I had something to counter them. Funny you should mention that. A fourth leader interrupted. We have taken into account of those enhanced Tekkadreads and Slade's super Voltiker, and we came up with this. A holographic display appeared before the Scarlet Cosmic Gladiator. When he saw what was displayed, he smiled evilly. Is this what I think it is? It is. The first leader replied. We have decided to give you a second chance, Saber. Defeat Slade and the Nirvana and you will have redeemed yourself to us. Fail again, and I will not fail, Saber said with utter confidence. He then left the council chambers to prepare for his next encounter with his counterpart. After he had departed, the leaders began talking among themselves. Do you think that he can do it? One asked. It does not matter if he is successful or not, the first one said nonchalantly. As of now, Saber is nearing the end of his fullness. I am well aware of his intentions to betray us at the first opportunity. If he succeeds in destroying Slade and the Nirvana, then it would be all the better for us. If not, then at least we'll be able to gauge their new strengths and weaknesses. As for Saber, we can discard him at any time. Should he rebel, then we can simply overload the obedience chip and cause his brain to implode. Yes, but we had used up a lot of our resources and some prime organs in his creation, the second leader reminded. I would prefer to see some returns in our investments. Saber is just a pawn, the first leader insisted. And he isn't our only pawn. The holographic display lit up again, showing an image of 3 figures in gestation tanks. To be continued. Chapter 2 Chapter 1 Evolution DKK80 The second stage disclaimer, Ranma, Tekkaman Blade, Vandread and any other characters from any other series that I mention in this story belong to their own creators. Thoughts Chapter 1 Evolution Slade was racing through space in his armor. Behind him were the 3 transformed dreads. Ahead of him was the enemy. Cube-type fighters and other ships from the Earth were blasting away with strange red beams and the Tekkaman was finding it hard to evade them. He immediately combined with Ida's dread to get more firepower, but as soon as they formed the Tekkadread, they were struck hard by another blast, which sheared off the right arm. Inside the cockpit, Slade and his co-pilot Ida were in pain. Sparks and smoke were being emitted from the control panels as the huge machine floated helplessly in space. Slade tried to get the remaining blade working, but as soon as he pointed it at the enemy, it shut down and became useless. More energy beams lanced toward them. Slade and Ida watched in horror as Mia and Jura's dreads were blown away. The communications caught their final screams as they were atomized. Then the enemy began firing at the Nirvana. The pirate vessels shuddered as the shields were stripped away. In mere moments, parts of the ship were blasted off and then it was totally engulfed in a huge explosion. Slade screamed as Tekkadread Ida was also caught in the explosion and torn apart. In one brief instant, he saw an image that looked like his armor, and yet was not. Fund. Slade groaned as he sat up from the floor of his quarters. The nightmare had caused him to fall out of bed. He shook his head as his breathing and heart rate slowed down to normal levels. As he stood up, he began wondering if that had really been a nightmare, or was a sign of a dark future to come. Ever since defeating one of Earth's motherships, Slade had been feeling somewhat strange. His reflexes were operating at a slightly higher level than usual. He had also been experiencing bouts of lightheadedness lately, as well as a few migraines. Though Dwero had assured him that it was merely fatigue from constant combat, Slade knew that his body was different from a normal human. Something deep within him was changing. He could feel it. Another thing that he noticed was that he was stronger. Just last week, he had accidentally smashed a control board in the register, when it had malfunctioned. He had only meant to smack the side, but ended up caving in the console. Another time, he had caused some injuries to a trainee, while executing a simple judo throw during a light workout. The females had been getting a bit nervous around him. Slade had made a note to get in more training to control his newfound power. Since then he had been putting in an extra 2 hours per session. He then decided that getting out of his quarters for a while might ease his tension. The hangar. Slade stared up at Pegasus as the Tekkapod was currently in its recharged mode. As he gazed at his robotic partner, his thoughts drifted back to that nightmare. He was so mentally occupied that he did not detect the presence of 3 others. Mr. Alien? Slade turned to see Dinah, Jura and Mia standing behind him. Mia was wearing her usual black and gray jumpsuit, but without the chest and shoulder padding. Dinah was dressed in flannel pajamas with an image of a green alien on the top. As for Jura, she wore kind of fancy nightdress with pink fur and ruffles. However, all 3 girls shared the same, apprehensive expression. "What are all of you doing here at this time of night?" Slade asked. Mia was the first to speak. "It was trying to tell us something. At least, that's what I think it was trying to do." Slade immediately caught on to her words. "You mean, you all saw it too?" Dinah perked up at this. "So Mr. Alien had the same dream?" Jura became just as worried. "Still, why did we all have that dream? It could be because we all have a common experience," Mia hypothesized as she remembered back to the Pixie's implosion. The transformed dreads and Slade's ability to combine with them is proof. Now we can also combine with Pegasus, since it used to be a Vandread before it got changed. It may be more than that," Slade added. "What do you mean, Mr. Alien?" Dinah asked. "Well, I've been feeling strange lately. I'm stronger, but I can't control my strength. I'm breaking nearly anything I touch and I think it may have something to do with the Tekkaman power system and the Pixies." "Explain," Mia prompted. Slade shrugged as he remembered back to that last battle. "Before I got my ass handed to me from Tekkaman Saber, the Pixies had engulfed me, and showed me some images that I didn't understand. It started reacting to me in a way that was familiar, but was unfamiliar. Then, after I died," Mia supplied. "Yeah. When I died, the Pixies engulfed me again and showed me some more images. Some voice kept on saying that I was enslaved." "Huh?" Jura remarked. Slade shrugged. "It kept on saying that Slade was not Slade. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. Then I realized that it was telling me that Slade wasn't my real name. You mean, Mr. Alien isn't Mr. Alien? Taira inquired. Now don't you start, the Tekkaman said with some irritation. I had enough of that when I was dead. So if Slade isn't your real name, then what is it? Mia asked. Slade shook his head. For the life of me, I can't remember. In fact, I can't remember anything beyond several months before I came aboard the Nirvana. I don't know what planet I'm from. I don't know who my parents were, if I had any brothers or sisters. Heck, I don't even know when my birthday is or how old I am. Honest? You don't know? Taira was shocked to hear that Mr. Alien couldn't remember his own birthday. Slade shook his head. Twirl estimated my age to be around 18 or 19, but that's only a conservative number. I could be a lot older or younger for all I know. The Cosmic Warrior had no idea of just how much older he was. At that point, Taira asked another question. So what do you remember, Mr. Alien? Slade cocked his head to one side and thought, then replied, Well, I remember everything that I experienced during my travels between planets, before I came to Tarak. But before that, I can only recall bits and pieces of what might be my childhood, but nearly all of those memories are either blurry or incomplete. When I was dead, the pixies showed me of what it claimed to be my lost past, but it had been all jumbled and indistinct. I caught a glimpse of a few images that I know are from my early life, but I had no real recollection of ever having experienced those events. What's the earliest memory that you can clearly recall? Mia asked. Well, I remember. Awakening. Slade began. Awakening? That's what I call it. It felt as if I had just finished a very long sleep. I remember a place that was dreary and desolate. I found myself completely alone and the place had a lot of storms. Nearly everywhere I went was covered in water. I think it was the planet that I was born on, but I can't be certain. The outside was all machines and I didn't see anyone else. The thing I remember most was that it had been the first time that I transformed into a Tekkaman using the Tekkaman power system. That's another thing I've been meaning to ask. What exactly is the Tekkaman power system? Mia asked. I don't know. You don't know, Mr. Alien? Taira was even surprised. I know that it's called the Tekkaman power system, and I know how to use it, but I really don't know how I got it or where it came from. That's strange, Jura remarked. I'll say it is. It was almost as strange as when the pixies first changed us. I was in the process of transforming when those torpedoes hit and set off the reactor. He made his crystal appear, but was surprised to see it alternating between its usual green hue and a crimson color. Whoa! It never did that before. All four gazed upon the heart of Slade's transformation process. It was then that Slade noticed something peculiar. On each girl's forehead, Slade thought that he saw a glowing dot of light in the shape of his Tekka crystal. Taira's symbol was blue, Mia's was white and Jura's was red. Before he could ask about them, the symbols quickly faded away. He shook his head again and assumed that he had just been seeing things. Finally, the crystal went back to its normal coloring and stayed that way, leaving them even more puzzled than before. Jura then winced as pain began throbbing in her head. "I'm going back to bed." She walked off to her quarters, leaving the others in the hangar. 5:30 hours. As Slade headed back to his quarters, he was still in deep thought. As such, he didn't notice a certain somebody. "Mr. Alien." Slade sighed as he turned to face Dinah as she came running up to him. "Yeah. What do you want?" The red-haired dread pilot became a bit nervous as she twiddled her fingers in front of her chest. Her cheeks were tinged with pink as she tried to get her mouth to work. I just say it," Slade said with a bit of irritation. "Right. I was wondering when you were going to come to my room. Remember, you promised?" The Tekkaman winced as he recalled that time before they had gone out and destroyed one of the Earth's motherships. "Oh. Yeah. I guess I did promise, didn't I?" Dinah perked up at this. "So are you going to come today?" "Ooh. No. Not just today. Then tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? The day after that? When?" Slade scratched the back of his head as he tried to think of an excuse, then turned around and headed down the hall. "Soon." Dinah became a bit disappointed, then perked right back up. "Then how about we have breakfast together?" Slade sighed, then decided what the heck. Whatever. Mia watched as the two went towards the cafeteria. She had a bit of a forlorn look in her eyes as she briefly imagined herself walking beside Slade. After months of working together aboard the Nirvana, she had grown used to having the males around, especially Slade. What was it about that Tekkaman that made her feel so? She just couldn't describe these sensations. Today will be an interesting day. Mia looked over to her right and saw that Piley was up early and was busily writing down her observations on a notepad. Floating beside her was Puro. The precocious 11-year-old held up her frog puppet and said in a comic voice, "Dinah and Slade are really acting strange." Kuro. Puro, however, wasn't feeling as chipper as he floated up in front of Piley and hiccuped. "Actually, that's normal." Piley shoved the machine to one side while scolding at it. "It's impolite to interrupt a lady." She then became a bit puzzled. "Hey, since when does a robot hiccup?" "HIC. The briefing room. We're approximately 90 days away from Megele space," BC commented as the captain and the head supplier were having a conference meeting. "The message pod that we sent to our homeworld should have arrived by now. The planet Tarak should have received one as well," the captain said. "And there hasn't been any response," Vascogni stated. "Maybe we're being ignored." "Well, I suppose that the information would be very hard to swallow, especially coming from us," Magno reminded. As pirates that preyed on both Megele and Tarak ships, they weren't too popular with the governments of both planets. After all, The enemy is after our reproductive organs. It was then that the three received a message from the engineering section. Captain, we've got a problem down here, Parfag announced. What is it? It's the pixies. Something's happening. I'm not sure what's going on, but overall power levels had dropped by 30%. The three women became puzzled at this new development. Then Thuzum voiced out a suggestion. Could it be that there are still some rejection issues between the male and female ships? After all, the Nirvana used to be the old section of the Ikazuchi and our own cruiser. Maybe the ship is like us, Gascogni said. The gender gap is pretty large. There are only 3 men and over 150 females on board. Some of us are still not used to having them around. Guero was immersed in a book that he had found in the old section of the Ikazuchi. Sitting beside him and munching on nutrition pellets was the navigator of the Nirvana. It was said that women ate men's livers and... Bart stopped in his prattling as he noticed that his companion wasn't listening. Hey, what's so interesting about that book you found? The doctor showed him the cover of the hardback, which was actually a children's how-to manual on the birds and the bees. It's a book I found that dates back to the old colonization era. He then began to read out loud. The male donor or father gives the seed called the sperm to the female recipient or mother, which combines with one of her eggs or ovum. The fertilized ovum, also known as a zygote, gestates into a fetus over the course of 9 months. Well, isn't that interesting? Bart commented sarcastically. It's very interesting, Guero said with a glint in his eyes. After studying female anatomy and treating the Nirvana's crew, he was more than eager to learn every nuance of the opposite gender. Both men then noticed a tired individual staggered toward his bed. Slade let off a tired sigh as he lay down. One of the women's restrooms. It's strange, Shantu commented as she spoke to Yukio. We've been with the men for months now and... She let her voice trail off, as she couldn't describe the feelings about the males, especially one in particular. I know. It's funny. The descendant of the original Luke pondered for a moment. I had been taught ever since I was born to hate all men, but I can't bring myself to hate Slade. He saved my life once. He saved us all on more than one occasion. It's kind of hard to hate someone who risked his life for you. And there are those other talents of his. Who would have thought that a man could sing, play music, dance and even cook? Same here. There's just something about him. Hey, you don't suppose? Yukio the XGI shrugged, as she understood her crewmate's unspoken question. Well, according to that old video record that they found on Christmas, men and women used to live together, and even had kids. Though I'm not really sure how they did it. What do you think? Could you ever? Yukio became a bit flustered. Huh? Me? No. Whatever gave you that idea? Well, would it be so bad? With Slade? Come on, be honest. I asked some of the girls in the Warrior Squadron and they all admitted to thinking about asking Slade to be an Oma. Slade as an Oma? Get serious. What kind of kids would we have? Yukio scoffed. The Amazon girl smirked. Oh, so you have thought about it. Huh? You said what kind of kids we would have. Were you thinking about becoming a fama? Yukio's face reddened. Well, okay, it did cross my mind. Once. And, the descendant of Champa chuckled as she let up on her teasing. Actually, I've been thinking about what would happen if Slade became my children's Oma. Would they be like me or would they be like him? Both girls became silent as images of chibi versions of themselves and Slade danced in their minds. At that moment, Barren had entered the restroom on her way to an adjacent corridor. You know, if those men, and especially Slade, had not come to live with us, we would have never even considered such things, Yukio remarked. Shanpu nodded in agreement. Yeah. We used to think that they carried diseases and stuff. I guess they're not as bad as we thought. Prisoners are prisoners, Barnett said coldly as she walked past them. Though she and Slade had more or less buried the hatchet, she was still a bit irritable toward the male gender. She turned to them as she reached the exit. If we let our guard down, the men will take advantage of us again. Just as she departed, both Shanpu and Yukio became anxious. What do you think she's going to do? Is she going to cause another ruckus like before? Shanpu worried. Maybe we should tell the captain or the commander, Yukio suggested. Just then, Barnett popped her head back in and said angrily, I'm not going to do anything. Both girls remained tensed after she had left. Unknown to both of them, another had been listening in on their conversation from the other side of the restroom. Jura became introspective. Slade as an Oma. She winced as the headache came back with a vengeance. She made a note to visit the sick bay if the pain persisted. You made a promise? Puero asked as Bart and Slade spoke with each other. Yeah, I said it by mistake during that battle with Tekkaman Saber and that Earth mothership. So what's the big deal? Just go and see her, Bart said nonchalantly. It's not that easy, Slade retorted. What do you mean? Puero asked with his interest rising again. In addition to learning more about the female physiology, the physician was also interested in the ancient social interactions between men and women. After finding that old video during Christmas, the healer had been looking up every book on the subject. And since it had been revealed that Slade knew about those mysterious practices, well, it's like this. Slade stammered as he tried to think of the best way to explain. I may know the mechanics, but never really applied them and, well, let's just say that I've never been on a date before. Date? Bart became puzzled. What's a date? Puero wondered. Slade sighed as he bowed his head, closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Right. I keep forgetting that you two are from Tarak. Let me put it to you this way. Well, when two men on Tarak get to know each other really well and really like each other's company, then they can decide to make a kid together, right? Bart nodded. Yeah. Genetic material from both men is spliced together and the baby is formed in a vat. We learned that babies come from factories in grade school. Okay. Slade nodded. The process was similar to the cloning techniques of Tarak. He continued to explain. Not guys don't just decide to make a baby right off, correct? There's a period between meeting one another and making that decision that I guess one would call a courtship. And I use that term loosely. Courtship? Dwaro inquired. The process of getting to know one another. To see if each person is emotionally attracted to the other, to find common ground, similar interests and stuff like that. Dwaro nodded in comprehension. Yes, that occurs very often on Tarak. I happen to know of several happy couples. Okay. Slade had a bit of a sweat drop on the back of his head as he continued with his explanations. Well, this period of courtship was also called dating back in the old days. Every time a couple was together to do something enjoyable with each other's company, that was called a date. I see. Bart nodded. So what you intend to do with Ida is something that you and her will both enjoy. Well, I guess you could put it that way. The thing is, well, I'm not too sure how far it's going to go. Well, I don't expect it to happen the first time. But one-night stands have been known to occur on the other worlds I've visited. I'm straight and, well, it's been really tough for me lately being on a ship full of attractive women. I've been taking cold showers for months now and even they're not working as well as they used to. What do you mean it? Dwaro asked then added. And I am not familiar with the term straight and one-night stand. Please clarify. Yeah, and what do cold showers have to do with anything? Bart inquired. Slade winced as he realized that he'd have to be more blunt. Taking a deep breath, he took on a more serious expression. Tell me something, Doc. You said that there are several happy couples on Tarak, right? Yes. The doctor nodded. All right. Now then, let me ask you this. Do these couples engage in certain intimate acts to express their feelings for each other? I mean, with their, private parts? Both Tarak men considered his question then realized what he was hinting at. That! Both men exclaimed while nodding. The Tekkaman nodded. Yes, I mean that. Well, why didn't you say so? Bart said with a shrug. Yeah, we do that. We call it. Yes, I get the picture. Slade interrupted quickly then took another deep breath. Well, here's the big bomb. A man can do that with a woman. There was a long moment of silence for the revelation to sink in. Get out of here, Bart said with a disbelieving expression. Really? Dwaro looked back at the book he had been reading, then made the connection. Holding it up for Slade to see, he then posed another question. So if a man can be intimate with a woman, then does that mean? Slade read the book's title, and let off another sigh while nodding. At least one of them finally understood. You got it. That's how humans made kids before cloning and gene splicing. In fact, that's what nature had intended. Gross. Bart shuddered a bit, then began getting some images of himself and the first officer Buzum. He wondered why his groin area was getting stimulated. Poirot took on a contemplative expression. Actually, that sounds about what I've always suspected. I mean, it's obvious from the evidence that we've found that humans had to have reproduced naturally before the times of cloning and genetic manipulation. That might also explain the differences in the extremities of males and females. Tell me, Slade, do these differences complement each other? Do they play a key role in the process of procreation? Yeah, that's about right. Slade then got the image of a key entering a lock. He shook his head to clear it. Sounds like a lot of trouble to me. Bart remarked. Well, actually, Slade began hemming and hawing. The process of procreation was not an exact science, not like what you have. Timing had to be right, conditions had to be favorable and, well, both partners had to be in the mood. And even when it's done, it doesn't always guarantee conception. Sometimes it takes several attempts. If it's that much trouble and so unreliable, then why did they do it? Bart asked. Well, it was quite, pleasurable. And when the two feel very deeply for one another, they enjoy repeating this ritual, sometimes just for the sake of it. You guys must know about the meaning of the word love, right? Fascinating. The physician smiled as he took in this new data. Where did you learn of all this? Well, there are some worlds out there, in which they still reproduce the natural way, without the use of any machines or technology. Poirot put a hand to his chin in thought. I must say, this ritual sounds very interesting. It certainly would save up on resources, time and effort. So how exactly did they accomplish this? Can you demonstrate this process for us? Since you're going to Dinah's room, why don't you ask her to volunteer? Thom. That was the sound of a Tekkaman doing a face fault. Naturally, the doctor didn't understand Slade's reaction. Or perhaps Jura or Mia would volunteer as well. Thom. Later that morning in sick day. Wow! It's gotten big, Piley remarked as she looked at the image on the ultrasound. Look at it move. Beside her, Poirot also watched the image with interest. The robot had already decided that the baby would be named Poirot too. Ezra had other ideas. Poirot nodded as he waved a probe over Ezra's enlarged abdomen. The bridge officer was lying on the examination table and gently rubbing her belly. By my calculations, the baby will be ready to detach any time now, Poirot announced. Ezra shook her head. We call it giving birth. The young apprentice nurse became a bit worried. Hey Ezra, where are you going to have the baby? We don't have the right equipment and... She glanced at Poirot. A man certainly can't do it. The physician cleared his throat while holding up the how-to book. Not to worry. I've already completed my studies on pregnancies and childbirth. Both women and Pyro developed huge sweat drops. I'd be worried too. At that moment, Jura entered the sick bay with a hand on her forehead. Doctor, I've got a splitting headache. I need something. A headache? Dwero thought back to his conversation with Slade. Come to think of it, Slade also mentioned having a headache this morning. He then gazed at Puro, who happened to be floating a bit erratically. The pixies isn't functioning normally. I wonder if they're related. Doctor, would you give something for this headache? Jura said with irritation, then softened up. I'm sorry for shouting. The healer nodded as he gestured for her to sit. I'll prepare an analgesic. As the voluptuous blonde waited, she noticed on the table the book that Dwero had been reading. She picked it up and started scanning its contents. Her eyes widened a bit, then she looked up at the ultrasound. Wow! Ezra's baby has gotten big. Jura's mind began recalling Yukio and Shantu's conversation. Slade as an Oma. Dwero was in deep contemplation as he prepared Jura's medicine. His hands moved with practiced ease as he carefully measured the dosage. As he worked, his thoughts went back to his conversation with Slade. What the Tekkaman had told him and Bard had been shocking, yet the physician couldn't deny the possibility that man and woman had been able to procreate new life before the time of Megele and Tarak. The evidence that he had found in that old storeroom during Christmas also dated back to that era, more than 100 years ago. As he thought more and more about it, he then remembered back to his conversation with Israel when she had explained how women reproduced on Megele. At that point, he began formulating a new train of thought. His hands quivered a bit as he also recalled his medical classes on genetics and the science of bioengineering and manipulation. Could it be? Could that happen? Dwero thought about it for a while longer, then decided that he would need more research. After finishing with Jura's prescription, he then went to his medical log terminal and began typing in a new entry for a series of tests that he would run. As he went to give Jura her headache relief, he also took along an aspiration needle to collect some samples. Jura came to a decision an hour later as she and Barnett were in the holographic target range. Her companion was shooting at targets with an old-style handgun. Her accuracy was flawless as she continued to fire at circles of light. Then Jura said out of the blue, I want to have a baby. This caused Barnett to miss her next target completely. She turned her shocked expression to Jura. A baby? Yep. Jura said with a whimsical smile. Yay, are you asking me to be the Oma? The gun in her hand wavered as the dread pilot found herself trembling. Jura shook her head. No, not that. I mean I want to make a baby with a man. What? The blonde dread pilot stood up with a starry look in her eyes. Making a baby with a man. The first woman to do that. Think of how famous I'd be if I came back to Megele with that baby. I'd be the heroine of a new era. Barnett developed a sweat drop behind her head. Well, that sounds just like you. She let off a sigh. Once Jura got an idea in her head, there was no stopping her. So tell me, where are you going to get the seed? Who's going to be the donor? Jura smiled as replied, well, there are 3 men on the ship. Jura's friend became more edgy. Don't tell me that you're thinking about asking Bart. Jura shook her head. No, not him. He's too much of a crybaby. You mean the doctor? Mumber, he's nice, but I think Perfect may object to it. She seems to be getting very attached to him. But that only leaves. Jura's grin became more pronounced. Yes, Slade. Just as our combining forms the perfect Tekkadread, we will combine to form the perfect child. However, Jura wasn't the only girl on the Nirvana who was entertaining thoughts of becoming a family with Slade as the Oma. Yukio Kwanji, the ex-GI, had paused in her work in the register as she thought back to her conversation with Jusenkyo. She had begun to imagine herself with a baby that had her face, but with Slade's eyes. She had noticed lately that the Tekkaman had the most intriguing blue-gray eyes. Whenever he worked in the register, the Okonomiyaki chef had found herself staring at him and taking note of his movements. He moved with a practiced grace, like some predatory cat, and his very presence was so. Yukio shook her head. Why was she feeling this way about a man? Weren't all men the enemy? She had been taught, since the day she was born, to hate the opposite gender. They were not to be considered as anything but dishonorable creatures. It had been a man that had destroyed her great ancestors' honor. They were less than low-grade garbage. However, try as she might, she still couldn't get Slade out of her mind, plus her conversation with the Amazon Vanguard pilot. Would it really be so bad? Slade was not at all like the way she had expected of men. He showed kindness and understanding toward his fellow crew members, regardless of what gender they were. He was strong, brave, honorable, and full of surprises. She could get used to having him around on a more personal level very easily. She had finally realized that there was no need to hate him. In fact, she had realized that she could actually grow to love him. After thinking about the subject for a while longer, Yukio then made her decision. If Slade were willing, then she would ask him to be the home of her children, and damn the family's edict to hate all men. To the descendant of the original Lucan, it was time to change that centuries-old and practically nonsensical policy. Jusenkyo was also deep in contemplation as she worked on tuning up her vanguard. Her thoughts were about a certain Tekkaman. She had always been proud of her Amazon roots and had strove to be like the great warriors of her distant past. She had excelled in hand-to-hand combat, and it seemed that no one could be her equal, and most certainly not a man. Then Slade had appeared. Not only did he prove to be her equal, but also he went on to show himself as her superior. Initially, that had caused her to resent him, and it had been a great blow to her pride as a fighter. However, he had then made her second in command of the warrior squadron and placed great trust in her combat skills. Whenever he had to relinquish leadership to combine with the Dreads, despite being a man, Shantu had to respect his skills as a fighter and the power of a Tekkaman. Slade was exceptionally talented with the art of combat. Even the man-hating Amazon had to admit that there was no one else who could measure up to his level. Then she began thinking back to the ancient texts of her Amazon lore and recalled that there had been some mention about a law that dealt with men. However, the old scrolls were extremely faded and near to crumbling with age. The ancient laws had long been forgotten or revised over the centuries, so their original purpose was unknown. However, she had recently begun to reason that the Amazons had to have had children some other way, before the times of artificial insemination and gene splicing. And if the rumor that men and women used to live together was true, then what did that mean to her ancestors? Like Guero, Shantu had reasoned that there must have been some natural means in which her ancestors produced offspring, which meant that men and women could have children together. If there were men like Slade in the past, then wouldn't the Amazons want such strong genes and fighting abilities bred into the next generation? If that was the case, then a total absence of men during those times would have made no sense, especially since the methods in which Megele women reproduced would not have existed back then. Shantu thought about it some more, then made a note to review all of the old texts she had in her possession. If what she suspected was true, then that forgotten law about men may allow her to do the unthinkable. With Slade wondered why he felt that certain doom was approaching, and it wasn't about that nightmare he had before. It was just after he had explained the facts of life to his Tarak roommates. Just afterwards, as he walked down a hallway, a chill went down his spine and for some unknown reason, he had begun to think about Jura, Yukio and Shantu. He shook his head and continued on. His train of thought was interrupted when an alarm went off, signaling for him and the dread pilots to scramble. He nodded as he ran toward the main hangar to activate Pegasus, the bridge of the Nirvana. Puzel and the captain nodded as they watched the image on the main monitor. They had just picked up a distress signal, which was being broadcast on a colonization-era frequency. When the object came within range of the sensors, it appeared as some kind of escape pod. Life signs were detected and the captain had decided to bring the object in for examination. However, she also wanted the fighter groups to provide cover in case the enemy air fleet was to show up. The Dreads and Vandreads were launched, along with Baskogni's supply ship. A moment later, Pegasus came alongside the supply ship with the Tekkaman riding on its back. He carefully guided the Tekkapod to float near the pod, as the head supplier engaged her vessel's grappling arms to catch the capsule. "Need a hand?" Slade asked. "I've got it," the older woman replied, then winced as her threat sensors went off. They had company. KBOM. The supply ship was hit hard and its robotic manipulators were sheared off from a barrage of plasma bolts. From out of nowhere came some new types of cube fighters. Unlike the previous ones, they were more cylindrical in form and fast, very fast. Inside the pilot's cabin, Gascogni groaned as she lifted herself from a sparking and smoking console. What the hell? How did they come up from below? The Dread squadrons and their vanguard escorts began following their attack patterns. Recently, Mia and Slade had come up with new battle plans in which the smaller vanguards would complement the Dread fighters. For every Dread, there would be two of the humanoid mecha assisting it. However, it seemed that the enemy had also come up with some different tactics. A few of them swept up the pod and began flying off with it. Magno nodded as she watched the battle on the bridge. So it seems that we weren't the target this time. It looks like they're after that pod too. Kuzum observed. Well then, if it's so valuable to them, then we can't let them have it, now can we? Damn! These things are faster than those other cube types, Barnett said as she tried to shoot them down. However, the new enemy drones were far more agile than usual. Slade also found it more difficult to take down his opponents. Several of the robotic machines had managed to score some direct hits as they swarmed about him like maddened wasps. However, some of the pressure was relieved as Shanta came by in her van type and strafed a few from behind. This gave the Tekkaman the opportunity to cut down the remainder of his assailants with his lance. Thanks for the assist, John. You're welcome. By the way, Commander, I wanted to ask you something. Slade shook his head. Fight now. Talk later. He leapt off his perch of Pegas and initiated his battle mode. Both Tekkaman and Tekkapod combined into one and let loose with an aura of quantum energy and ki. Like a huge comet, they slammed through the formations of enemy fighters. He made a beeline toward the pod, but just as he neared his objective, several more opponents came in diving at him and fired, forcing him to break off. Mia's dread came alongside of him as the blue-haired girl raised him. We'll combine and retrieve the pod. Slade nodded as he leapt off Pegas and initiated the fusion. Both Tekkaman and Dread became Tekkadread Mia. The dragon mecha sped towards the pod at unbelievable speed and was about to catch up, when the new cube types pulled their own surprise and shot forward with an increase in their velocities. Inside the dual cockpit, both Slade and Mia were caught off guard by this new development. What the? Since when are cube types that fast? Mia gasped, then winced as several of the enemy machines engaged the Tekkadread, slowing it down even more. The pod was taken further away. Slade winced as well. Looks like they're adapting to the Tekkadreads and their abilities. Okay, let's see if they've adapted to this. PGAs. Combine. The Tekkapod acknowledged the order and flew alongside Tekkadread Mia. Another section in the larger machine's aft portion opened up, allowing the modified Vanguard to link up. The dragon mecha underwent its second transformation as the wings became broader and took on a more feathery appearance. The head formed a beak and the talons became curved like a bird's. In the cockpit, Slade focused his power into the systems. Phoenix Flare. GOLDKK. In a fiery blast of Phoenix power, Tekkadread Mia X raced forward and let loose with a huge fireball from its mouth. obliterating anything in its path. Both of its pilots smiled in triumph as the claws carefully closed around the pod. However, just as they were about to head back to the ship, a huge, red beam of light struck the machine dead on, causing an enormous explosion. An instant later, Mia's dread, the Tekkapod and Slade went tumbling separately in space. Inside her fighter, Mia looked about and assessed the damage that it had sustained. Pegasus was listing and many of its systems were either offline or severely reduced. The Tekkaman shook his head and found that he was in his armor again. What the hell was that? He looked about and saw the pod drifting nearby. What happened? Megele asked. The bridge crew was just as surprised to see Tekkadread suddenly become separated, and it had been in its most powerful form. Not wanting to waste time, Slade immediately headed toward the pod. However, the enemy had different ideas and intercepted the Tekkaman before he could get near the capsule. Luckily for him, Jura was nearby and flew toward them. I've got it. Both Tekkaman and Jura's machine combined into its first Tekkadread form, which was the crab. Thought the blonde pilot didn't care much for it. It did have its uses, especially in terms of defense. With its protective shielding, the enemy fighters couldn't get near it or the pod. Inside the cockpit, Jura smiled seductively at her company pilot. Well now, how was that? You certainly took your time, Slade said with a bit of irritation. Jura, however, leaned even closer and began whispering in his ear. By the way, I'm wondering just what you'd give for my baby. Slade immediately turned red and began shouting back. What? What kind of nonsense is this? This isn't pup time. A Vandread came flying near them and the pilot raised them. It was Jusenkyo. Apparently, Jura had left her communicator open, on all channels. Hey! I wanted to ask him that. From the Nirvana, Yukio also voiced out her objections. What are you talking about, sugar? He's going to be my Oma. Hey! Mr. Alien is mine. Don't have to guess who that was. Mia didn't know what was going on, and now wasn't the time, though she had felt a bit of the green-eyed monster herself. She raised Tekkadread. Jura, Slade, get back to the Nirvana. We'll cover you. Roger. Jura replied as the giant crab made its way back its mothership. However, it was slow going and Tekkadread Jura in its first form had not been built for speed. We have to get there quicker and we're using up a lot of energy maintaining the barrier, Slade said. Jura smiled with delight. Does this mean what I think it means? The martial artist sighed sadly. Yes, it does. He then reached for the red button on the console. Tekkadread Jura immediately assumed its second form, becoming sleeker and more agile. The pod was carefully cradled in the jaws as the tiger mecha emerged. Using the repulsor discs to block any incoming shots, it began racing toward the Nirvana, swiping at any cube fighter that got near it to pieces. The tail blaster blew away any foe that tried to catch it from behind. Inside the cockpit, Jura started to become a little concerned when she noted that Slade was breathing heavily. Is something wrong? Just a little tired. At last combining with me it took a lot out of me and I still don't know what caused us to separate. I'll be fine. And just then, another blast of red energy lanced from the distance, striking Tekkadread Jura. Once again the fusion between Dread and Tekkaman was severed and the two went tumbling in space. Red light. Mia gasped as her nightmare began to come back to her. That's the second time that's happened. Tuzome exclaimed as she ordered the bridge personnel to pinpoint the source of the attacks. Something about that red light is causing the Tekkadreads to separate, Amarodin declared. I'm reading heavy damage on Jura's dread, but she's Slade and Slade is. BC did not hear her report as she gazed on the severely injured Slade. He was drifting and had several cracks and dents in his supposedly indestructible armor. I haven't seen him this badly hurt since that battle with Tekkaman's saber. Damn. That hurt. Slade groaned as he got his thrusters to work. That beam felt like Tekkaman's saber's anti-voltiker, but much worse. His vision began to become blurry, but the Tekkaman wouldn't admit defeat. Seeing that he was near the pod, he managed to maneuver close enough to grab hold of it. Just as he latched onto it, another barrage of laser and plasma bolts came raining down on him, but his luck held out as Dyna flashed onto the scene. Though it strained him to his limits, he initiated the combining process and Tekkadread Dyna claimed the pod in its massive left hand. Fa! We won't let you have it, the energetic redhead declared as she turned to her partner. Right, Mr. Alien? However, her glee turned to shock as she saw that her Mr. Alien was in a very bad state. He was pale, nearly unconscious, and barely breathing. When he started coughing up blood, the Dread pilot knew that they were in trouble. She looked down in horror as the crimson liquid was spattered on her right shoulder. Oh no! Mr. Alien! The red-haired girl began to panic. Slade had just recently been brought back to life, and Dyna couldn't bear it if she were to lose him again so soon. Mia flew by and saw that Dyna's Tekkadread was starting to go limp. She raised it on her communicator. Dyna, what's wrong? Why aren't you heading back to the Nirvana? It's Mr. Alien. He's hurt really, really bad. I can't work the Tekkadread without him. It was that point that a third blast of red light appeared and clipped Tekkadread Dyna in the right arm, causing its circuits to short out, and rendering it useless. Inside the cockpit, Slade let off a scream of agony as pain shot up his right arm. Dyna also felt a bit of pain, but not as much as her company pilot did. Through supreme effort, both pilots managed to raise the left arm with the energy cannon mounted on its wrist. They tried to direct the weapon in the direction of where that red beam had come from, but the arm suddenly deactivated. All of the weapons and main systems, except for life support and communications, shut down and Tekkadread Dyna became nothing but a floating mass. Have you finished with the analysis yet? Tuzome asked with a bit of anxiety in her voice. Her answer came from the head engineer when she raised the bridge. "Commander. Captain. The Pixies is reacting to that light in same way that it did when Slade was defeated before. The red beam is the direct opposite to Slade's Voltiker. It's an amplified anti-Voltiker." "What?" both women exclaimed. "That's impossible." BC denied. Slade destroyed Tekkaman's saber and it was then that the threat alarms went on full blast as something emerged from the shadow of a cloaking device. The craft was huge, and looked like some kind of giant manta ray. Near its head, stood a figure in crimson armor. Inside the inert Tekkadread, Slade's blood ran cold when saw what was coming for him. "No. No. I destroyed you." However, it seemed that the doppelganger was very much alive and was nursing a big grudge against with the Nirvana's Tekkaman. "Hello Slade, good to see you again," the red Tekkaman said with a deadly tone. The sunless monster began powering up his anti-Voltiker units and directed them at the front of the vessel he was riding. The energy he fired off was collected between 2 times and then magnified 500-fold before blasting forth as a huge beam of scarlet. Tekkadread Dida was struck dead center and was forced apart into Dida's Dread and Slade. His armor was so badly damaged that it would certainly not survive another direct hit. And when he saw that his enemy was powering up for another shot, he knew that there was only one thing he could do. PPGAs. Despite being heavily damaged, the loyal Tekkapod diverted all of its remaining power to whatever systems that were still operational. It sped toward him and Slade managed to get on its back, narrowly evading the culling blast from his adversary. "Pegas. Prepare the Super Voltiker." Affirmative. The Vandreads went in to try and run interference for their commander, but the modified cube types kept both them and the remaining dreads busy. With the 3 Pixies-powered fighters heavily damaged, the only hope left was the Tekkapod. Tekkaman's saber decided to momentarily forget about finishing off Slade and directed his attention to the Nirvana. Without any hesitation, he began firing off volley after volley of amplified anti-Voltiker beams at the pirate vessel. The Nirvana's shields buckled under the strain and in his navigation well, Bart was feeling pain like he never felt before. He contacted the engineering section and demanded why the shields weren't stopping the blasts. "That's what I'd like to know," Perfect shouted back as she looked at the reactor with worry. It was glowing red, just like it had done before, and even little Puro seemed to be getting sicker. Slade struggled to his feet as the energy collectors of the Tekkapod raised to receive the power from his Voltiker. He would only get one chance at this as he began concentrating the last of his energy reserves. "Pegas. Set for maximum payload." "Roger." Slade trembled, as all the power he was focusing was primed for release. The effort might kill him, but he would make sure that saber would go down with him. Gripping the 2 handles of the collector units, he aimed at his target and Super GOLTKK. A massive beam of blue-green quantum energy and key lanced toward the Scarlet Tekkaman. However, The enemy vessel turned and Slade's opponent opened fire with a beam of his own. Both attacks struck each other and for a moment, it seemed that they would cancel each other out. But in the end, Saber's beam overwhelmed Slade's and the massive backlash slammed into the two of them. The enhanced Vandread was put out of commission and it seemed that its pilot was also no longer able to fight back. The enemy vessel advanced on the now drifting Slade to finish him off. Slade. Mia cried out. No! Jusenkyo exclaimed. Get away! Yukio shouted. It can't end this way. Jura sobbed. Mr. Alien. Ida desperately tried to get her fighter moving, but it wouldn't respond fast enough. She had to do something to help Mr. Alien. At that moment, a bright blue light appeared on her forehead. At the same time, Mia and Jura also had lights on their foreheads, colored in white and red respectively. Each light took the shape of Slade's Tekka crystal. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment, Slade? The Scarlet Tekkaman said as he took dead aim. Ever since that defeat, I thought of nothing but your total destruction. And now, with my ultra anti-voltiker, I can at last defeat you, once and for all. Slade tried to move, but he was too much in pain. Power was seeping out of the cracks in his armor and his body was numb and growing cold. As he saw the enemy's ship with Tekkaman's saber astride it, he knew that this might be the end. As Saber powered up for one final blast, Slade focused whatever willpower he had left into his ki. This may be like my nightmare, but that's only when I'm asleep, Slade thought. The amplified anti-voltiker was primed. I'm almost sorry that you are defenseless, Slade. Saber taunted. When I'm awake, I don't have to worry about some stupid dream. The white Tekkaman began powering up his aura. After all this time, this was sadly too easy. Tekkaman's saber fired off the beam. I won't let you beat me. Slade let loose with his ki. At the same time, a green light in the shape of his Tekka crystal appeared above his eyes as he felt some new kind of strength being lent to him by some outside forces. The ultra anti-voltiker engulfed the stricken Tekkaman, causing a huge explosion. Slade. Mia and Jura screamed at once. Mr. Alien. At that moment, the three symbols on their foreheads became as bright as newborn stars. Magna became solemn as she watched the apparent demise of a great ally. And an even greater friend. It seemed that the Grim Reaper would not be denied a second time. However, just as tears began to form in her eyes, something caught her attention. Something. No, someone was emerging from the center of the blast. The figure cleared the explosion and flashed toward the enemy vessel. It was surrounded in a nimbus of emerald light and if one looked closely, one could see that it was a human-shaped. It seemed that the pressure, intensity of the attack, plus 3 outside catalysts had triggered a startling metamorphosis. What's happening? Kuzum gasped as the pirates watched in awe. Slade found himself glowing with more power than he had ever thought was possible as his ruined armor began reformatting itself, becoming larger and more robust. The shoulder guards became raised and took on a brighter sheen. His helmet became a bit bulkier and the armor on his legs and arms became thicker. Tool-like appendages emerged from his midsection as the evolved Tekkaman was born. Tekkaman Slade had just become Tekkaman Blaster. Cool! Dinah exclaimed. And I thought he was elegant before. Jura said breathlessly. Mia was totally speechless. All three pilots were unaware that glowing symbols had appeared on their foreheads. I don't believe it. Slade has. BC tried to find the right words for the unexpected transformation. He's evolved. Magno said simply. What is this? Saber was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events but instantly got over it and let loose with another blast of amplified anti-voltiker. However, the newly evolved Tekkaman Blaster easily dodged the attack, then disappeared from sight. What? No one is that fast. Slade reappeared behind the alien vessel and held out his arms horizontally in front of his chest. Sections of his gauntlets opened up to reveal small energy collectors. His shoulder plates also slid out to reveal larger units. His body trembled as black orbs of energy condensed within each Voltiker unit. They came together into one large ebony sphere that resembled a miniature black hole. More energy pulsed about in front of him as he prepared to release his awesome payload. Saber desperately swung his ship about and began preparing to fire. I don't know what is this transformation, but I will destroy you, Slade. Just as another amplified anti-voltiker blast was released at its target, Tekkaman Blaster let loose with his own attack. All ships, pull back, Magno commanded. As the pirates raced to get clear, Gascogni managed to snag two lines to the pod and pegs and got them inside her ship. An instant later, she put up her shields to their highest settings. Megele. The energy blast was at least 10 times more intense than Tekkaman Saber's attack. The red beam was reflected back easily and coupled with the massive beam of blasters, the resulting explosion sent energy pulses throughout the entire sector of space. The alien vessel was atomized, and it seemed, so was Saber. The remaining alien fighters were reduced to scrap. The Dreads, Vandreads, supply ship and the Nirvana just barely survived the explosion, which was equivalent to a millionth of a supernova's force. Their shields had been strained to their maximum levels, but they managed to escape annihilation. When all became dark in space once more, Tekkaman Blaster, now totally exhausted, drifted like a chunk of space debris. Luckily for him, Shanta flew toward him in her Vanguard and carefully cradled him in the mecha's hands. She made an about-face and headed to the Nirvana. On board the three Pixies-powered Dreads, the three pilots let off sighs of relief. The symbols on their foreheads faded away as they followed the Amazon Vanguard operator back to their mothership. As the evolved Tekkaman was brought to the hangar deck, the effects of exhaustion and energy depletion took their toll. In an instant, his armor faded into nothingness, leaving a severely injured Slade in the arms of Jusenkyo's Vandread. Once he was set down on the hangar floor, the unconscious Slade was immediately put on a stretcher and was raced to the sick bay. 2 days later, Slade woke up in an infirmary bed and was immediately hugged by a concerned Ida. "Mr. Alien." "Ugh." Slade gritted his teeth, as his body was sore all over. The Red had immediately released him and stepped back. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Alien." The Tekkaman shook his head and looked about. Several members of the Vanguard Squadron, including Jusenkyo along with Mia, Jura, Barnett, the captain, the first officer, Bart and Tuero, surrounded his bed. "Welcome back, Slade," the good doctor said. "Ooh." Slade rubbed his forehead as he felt a major headache coming on. "How long was I out?" "About 2 days," Tuero replied. "I must say that you had the fastest healing rate I'd ever encountered. You sustained enough injuries to kill a normal person 100 times over, but now all you have is a mild concussion and several bruises. By tomorrow, I'd say that they'd be all gone." Slade shrugged. "Something I've learned during my training journeys." "So what happened?" "We were hoping you'd tell us," Magno said. "How did you change into that more powerful Tekkaman?" "You know, I really don't remember much about that." He scratched the back of his head. "It was then that Perfect contacted the sick bay. Captain, the pod is finally ready to be opened. We've cleared it of all that excess quantum energy and the life readings within it are still stable." Magno nodded as she turned back to Slade. "So, you think you're well enough to go down and greet whoever you saved?" Slade was silent for a moment before nodding. "An hour later, in the main hangar. And that should do it," the head engineer said as she keyed in the last of the codes on the locking mechanism of the pod. The capsule let off a hiss as the insides depressurized and the hatch swung open. The crowds that surrounded the capsule leaned forward to see its contents. "It's a girl," Mia said as she and the others gazed upon a young, slender, human female in a yellow and white jumpsuit. She had dark blue hair that was tied up in a simple ponytail and wore triangular earrings. She appeared to be in a deep slumber. Slade, who was standing on the opposite side, decided to move to get a better look. "Is she an alien?" Ida asked. "No, she's human, like us," Perfect replied. Slade found out that he was still a bit unsteady from the battle, so it was understandable that he tripped over someone's foot and fell forward. He landed in front of the open capsule and found himself looking into a pair of eyes. The figure in the capsule had awakened and had begun to look about. When her gaze met Slade's, her earrings twinkled and a small holographic image of a blob with eyes appeared. The image twittered and seemed to speak in a kind of language composed of beeps and chirps. The girl smiled as she looked up at Slade. Then, she spoke. You're the one who saved me." Slade was a bit unsure of how to answer. Well, technically speaking, I helped save you. The girl let out a squeal of joy as she suddenly sat up and looped her arms around his neck, pulling him close to her. "Oh, thank you, my Prince Charming." Of course, this elicited some very unhappy responses from several females. "Prince Charming. H-I-Y-H. N-O-O-O-O-O-O-O. Mr. Alien will unite with DIDA." In the back of the crowds, Piley was busily scribbling down notes. "This is a very strange and exciting development. I check. On Earth, Saber had failed. Their latest weapon against Slade had ultimately proven to be ineffective. The news of its demise and the appearance of the evolved Slade had quickly reached the leaders of the once blue-green planet, and they were getting desperate. The harvest so far had hit quite a few snags, ever since that first battle with the crew of the Nirvana and the accursed Tekkaman Slade. Despite their best efforts, the Space Warrior had continued to defy them and destroy every one of their attempts to procure the necessary human organs to continue their existence. The planet of Melanos had become even more resistant to their attempts to harvest them, just after they had met the Tekkaman. The planet Emphaphos had recently given up their ideals of worshipping their gods, the Munya. Having been forced to think for themselves, the inhabitants were now realizing that their own lives were more important than blind obedience to an unseen deity. This could not continue. For the sake of their own lives, at the cost of the lives of everyone else, the Tekkaman must be destroyed. Copies of the Tekkadreads and Slade himself were not enough. It seemed that it was time to up the ante. In space, the red Tekkaman thought he was dead. In fact, he may as well be, as his body floated among the debris of his now devastated fleet. He had just barely managed to escape obliteration by letting his anti-Voltiker ship take the brunt of Slade's Mega-Voltiker. His armor was so badly damaged that it was only fit to be recycled. His body was in so much pain that death would have been welcomed at that point. However, the enemy Tekkaman had no intention of dying. His thoughts were of revenge and puzzlement. Thoughts about defeating rival, and puzzlement on how Slade had attained a more powerful Tekkaman form danced in his head. How? How did he do it? How did he get so much power? As he continued to drift, Saber noticed that he was no longer receiving any cybernetic impulses from his Earth Masters. That could only mean one thing. He had been abandoned. The leaders of the Harvesters no longer considered him as important and had wiped their hands clean of him. Well, that sweet Saber just fine. However, he couldn't attack the Earth leaders, due to that biochip in his brain. Wait a minute. Why don't I even feel the presence of the obedience chip? Saber made an internal check on himself, and smiled evilly at the results. Apparently, the effects of the Mega-Voltiker had an unexpected dividend. The biochip had been burned out when the blast had hit. It had caused Saber immense pain, but the chip was now inactive and therefore, though it would take some time for Saber to recover on his own, the red Tekkaman knew that he was free of his Earth Masters. In time, he would take his revenge on them. Then, there would be a reckoning between he and Slade. To be continued. Author's notes. Whoa! That was a long first chapter of the second stage. So how did you like the introduction of Tekkaman Blaster? One of the things I liked about Vandread was the fact that the crew had to rediscover themselves and the intricate relations between men and women. In this case, Slade already knows about it and has to instruct the others about it. Furthermore, we have the crew themselves questioning their current cultures and present ideals. Eventually, this will develop into some comedic and serious events as the story progresses. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 Baby Blues TKK80 The second stage disclaimer, Tekkaman Blade, Ranma 1/2 and Vandread belong to their respective creators, so go bother them. Thoughts Chapter 2 Baby Blues According to the pod's medical files, her name is Misty Corwell and she's 14 years old. Twirl announced as he and several of the Nirvana's crew stood in the sick bay. Correction. Piley interrupted as she held up her frog and pulpit. She's 14, plus 63 standard years in cryonic suspension, making her a total of 77 years old. Carl. I stand corrected. Twirl smiled as he looked down at his patient and noted that she was starting to come around. Misty slowly opened her eyes and saw that she was lying down in a bed in some kind of medical facility. There was a large group of people surrounding where she lay. As her vision began to clear, her earrings let off a golden light and projected that same blob-like figure from before. The projection made some inquiring noises, which Misty replied, "It's all right, Q-chan." She then sat up, then began shivering. "I'm cold." The doctor placed a blanket over her shoulders. "You're still feeling the effects of cryonic hibernation. It will take some time for your body to warm up back to normal levels." As soon as she turned her head and got a good look at the physician's face, Misty immediately smiled. "Wow! You're really handsome." The Tarak healer became a bit confused at the statement and didn't know how to reply to the compliment. At that point, a thought clicked in Bart's mind. "Hey! You lived during the time when men and women were together, right? What are you, some kind of idiot?" Misty asked in an irritated tone. Slade chuckled a bit as Bart became deflated at being called an idiot. Then the Tekkaman became nervous when Misty began giving him a funny look. "Hey, what's his name?" she asked the doctor as she pointed to Slade. "Oh." Twirl snapped himself back to reality as he replied. "If you don't mean Bart, then I suppose you mean Slade." Misty took on a very lovelorn expression and let off a sigh. "Slade. What a wonderful name." Slade and Misty. Sounds really good. This development immediately made Dinah quite agitated. Why was this stranger giving Mr. Alien such funny looks? Oh boy. I don't like the way this is going. Though it was true that Slade had been feeling the hormone effects of his body's reaction toward females, he wasn't certain that getting into any kind of involvement with this girl was a good idea. Especially since some of the other girls in the sick bay were giving the newcomer the so-called evil eye. Among them were Dinah, Jura, Jusenkyo, Yukio, Mia. Hold on a second. Mia. It was true. For some unexplainable reason, Mia found herself immediately disliking the girl as Misty continued to direct her goo eyes at the Nirvana's second-in-command for defense. Why do I feel like tearing out this girl's hair? She thought to herself. Misty, seemingly ignorant of the glares, continued to sigh at her Prince Charming. You know, I've always been a firm believer in love at first sight. You know, like the red string of fate. Well, don't just stand there. Come closer to Misty. The projection of Q-chan first elongated itself like a piece of string, then reshaped into a heart. This made Puro become agitated. No! Dinah cried out as she placed herself between Misty and Mr. Alien. She spread out her arms while shaking her head. What are you talking about? Red is the color of bad aliens. The two girls glared at each other as tensions rose to new heights. Can't we all just get along? Slade said, trying to defuse the situation, but it seemed that no one heard him. Misty gave everyone who was staring at her with confusion or jealousy a funny look, then addressed Puero. Hey, is she his girlfriend or something? The good doctor became even more puzzled. Girlfriend? I'm not familiar with the term. What? Are you really serious? Misty noticed all the expressions of confusion and non-comprehension, and then addressed the hologram on her shoulder. Q-chan, these people are really weird. You're the one who's weird. Jura said. Slade gently pushed Dinah aside and walked up to Misty. Please, don't think that we're being insulting or anything. You see, just about everyone on board came from planets that either had all men or all women. So it's not too surprising that their ways of thinking are different to what you're used to. You mean, you're? Oh no. I'm not from Tarak or Megele. I don't really know where I'm from, but I know about that kind of stuff. Oops. Wrong thing to say. Slade became more tense as Misty started to lean closer. So, if you don't have a girlfriend then? No. Stay away from Mr. Alien. Dinah shouted out and she glomped onto Slade's right arm and began pulling him away. Yow! Watch it. Slade winced as he was still feeling the effects of his last major battle. Behind them, Jura took on an introspective look. So Slade knows about that kind of thing. Interesting. In the back of the crowd, Piley wrote in her little notebook. Things are getting really interesting. Vibe check. Later. Well, this day is certainly full of surprises. Magno remarked as she and her first officer headed toward the sick bay. Indeed. So what do you think is stored in this information module? Puzo asked as she held up the cylinder, which had been found in the suspension capsule. Why don't we ask our guest? The two women entered the medical facility to find Puero administering some sedatives to the patient in question. So how is our visitor today, doctor? The captain asked. Puero nodded. She's recovering fine from her long hibernation, but but it will be some time before her body fully stabilizes. Right now, she's resting for a while. So I guess that means that we'll have to decode this information module ourselves. BC commented as she looked down at it. It's so unfair. Died about it as she and Ezra sat in the cafeteria. They've just met and she's already hugging him. Ezra moved about in her seat, as she tried to soothe her distraught friend. I'm sure that it's nothing to be upset about. After all, put yourself in her position. She wakes up one day and finds herself being surrounded by a group of unknown people. She has no one that she can turn to, except for Slade. Why, Mr. Alien? Well, I suppose it's because he's the only one who understands her. After all, he seems to know about what it was like between men and women. And he has been to other planets. It's still not fair. The engineering section. Okay, here we go. Perfect nodded as she inserted the information cylinder into the decoder, which was also hooked up to Puro. It had been the same device, which she had used to read the information on Rabbi's data cube, after Slade had pounded it out of him. The machine was one of the engineer's best inventions. Modeled after her prototype Interpreto, the apparatus was able to unscramble the most sophisticated of codes and languages by using universal communication concepts, and comparing them to those stored in the Nirvana's database. Since the cylinder that Misty had with her most likely came from Earth, it was a simple matter to program the system with common to run algorithms and such. She didn't expect any problems. Behind her, Kuzum watched with interest. The cafeteria. I still think it's unfair. Dinah continued to pout. She began wishing that she were back to chasing Mr. Alien again, but after that business with the Earth battleship, Slade had made her promise to stop. Give it some time. Ezra soothed. I'm sure that Slade will be okay. The young bridge officer suddenly started gasping and clutching at her enlarged belly. Ezra. What's wrong? Dinah immediately came to her friend's side. My water broke the baby. Slade sighed as he exited the register. Just what was he going to do? He had been thinking about those looks that new girl had given him, plus the reactions of the other crew members. He felt as if he was sitting on a time bomb that was set to go off soon. Yeesh. What else could happen today? As if in answer to his question, he heard Dinah's voice as she called out to him. Mr. Alien. We need your help. Slade was snapped out of his thoughts as he looked up and saw the dread pilot struggling with Ezra leaning against her. He immediately rushed to their side while contacting the sickbay on his personal communicator. As soon as Twirl received the message, he immediately ordered Pilot to begin prepping the emergency room as he started rereading the contents of his instruction manual, the how-to book. However, a minute later, the lights suddenly turned off, along with every other piece of equipment in the sickbay. What's going on? Kuzum demanded as she and the engineer found themselves totally in the dark. They had just inserted the data module into the decoder, when Puro let off some warning sounds, then suddenly shut down. This in turn caused a chain reaction occur within the ship's main systems, and everything except life support, communications and a few other key functions were deactivated. Parfag immediately began running diagnostics, using some portable instruments that ran on their own power cells. She gasped as she looked at the readouts. Oh no! That information module had been booby-trapped with some kind of computer virus. It's caused total shutdown on nearly all of the Nirvana's power grids. We're basically dead in space. The first officer knew that without power, they were defenseless, and if the enemies should attack, what's going on? Slade cried out as the elevator that he, Dinah and Ezra had been riding suddenly stopped between floors. The emergency lights activated, bathing the small chamber in a dim, blue light. On the floor of the elevator, Ezra let off another cry of pain as she had begun to go into labor. Kneeling behind her and cradling her head was Dinah. "Twirl, can you hear me?" Slade said to his communicator. The doctor replied, "Oh, it was a very faint signal." "Slade, where is Ezra?" "She's with me and the UFO girl. We're in the elevator south of the sick bay and it just stopped between deck 4 and 5. We're trapped in here. Parfag just informed me that a computer virus has been released into the Nirvana's power grids and nearly all of the systems have been shut down." "What's the condition on Ezra?" "Not good. I think she's going into labor. She said that her water just broke and I think her contractions are getting shorter. Looks like that baby wants out." In the sick bay, Twirl was surprised to hear Slade talk as if he knew about baby delivery. "You know how to do this. Hey, you don't go hopping around planets that still do it the old ways, without picking up something." Slade shouted back, then realized that now was not the time to panic. "I know some of it, but I never really done it." "Well, it looks like you're going to have to do it, D-boys." Both Twirl and Slade were surprised to hear Magno's voice. The captain had been listening on their conversation and decided to give a helping hand. "Say what?" the Tekkaman cried out in shock. He was a martial artist and cosmic warrior, not a midwife. Slade doesn't have the medical expertise. Twirl protested. "And how many babies have you delivered, Doctor?" the old woman countered, then addressed the trapped Tekkaman. "D-boys, I know this is going to be difficult for you, but right now, you don't have a choice. Besides, since you already know some things, then it shouldn't be too hard and I'll help walk you through it. Can you use your powers to get Dinah and Ezra out of the elevator?" Twirl asked, suggesting an alternative. "No." Kuzum interjected as she communicated from the engineering section. "According to the ship's diagnostics, that elevator won't hold for very long and any further stress would cause it to fall down the shaft." In the elevator, Slade gritted his teeth. BC was right. He couldn't use a keybolt to blast his way out, and transforming to his Tekkaman form in such a confined area would endanger both females. At the moment, the most pressing concern was Ezra's child. It looked like Slade was about to undergo his most challenging ordeal, yet it was at that moment that the enemy decided to attack. WHABOOM. The Nirvana shuddered as several Harvester Cube fighters came out from the void and began firing at it. Without their long-range sensors, the pirates had been unable to detect their enemy's approach. And with the Dread Fighter catapult also non-operational, they couldn't launch a counter-strike. Shields were down, which meant that the ship was totally defenseless. The elevator Slade gritted his teeth as he took off his jacket and folded it into a makeshift cushion. Placing it on the floor in front of Ezra, he took a deep breath and made eye contact with the mother-to-be. "Okay, Ezra, are you ready?" The young girl gasped as her contractions became shorter, but managed to nod. Kneeling behind her was Dinah, as she was supporting her comrade's back. The redhead gave Slade a reassuring smile as she held up her communicator to him. "Okay, Doc, Grandma, talk me through this. The sick day, Slade. How far are Ezra's contractions?" "I think she had her last one about maybe 2.5 minutes ago," Slade replied. "That's it. She's going into labor. You should be seeing some fluid coming from Ezra. That's the amniotic fluid that will help the baby pass through the birth canal." At that point, Magno's voice cut in. "You can forget all that scientific jargon, Doctor. This is something that one must experience firsthand." She then spoke to Slade. "Dear boys, spread her legs apart and get ready to, I think I got that part figured out." Slade interrupted as he said a silent prayer and got down to business. The elevator shook violently with each hit as the attack continued. On the bridge, Magno couldn't help but smile. For a man, D-Boy certainly was well versed in these kinds of things. Another man from Tarak, save for the doctor, would have fainted at the sight of natural birth. In the register, Gascogni was running her staff ragged, literally. Without power, the Nirvana couldn't launch any fighters to deal with the enemy attack. So they had to improvise. Some of her staff had been thinking of losing weight, so the head supplier had them running on treadmills and going on exercise bicycles, which were connected up to the main power grid. The girls panted and sweated as they used raw muscle power to generate enough energy for the fighter catapult to work. Down in the hangar, Barnett, Mia and the other Dread pilots, along with the Warrior Squadron, prepared to take off. Since the Vanguards could launch without a catapult, Jusenkyo led her team through the large hangar bay and out into space, after getting the main doors opened up. The so-called manual launch simply consisted of the humanoid mecha running out and jumping into the void. Once in space, they powered up their thrusters and engaged the enemy, thereby demonstrating once again the versatility of the formerly hated men's machines. At this time, Barnett was wishing she were piloting a Vanguard as the process of launching Dreads was taking far too long. One by one, the Dread pilots were sent out into space, as they came together in formation and joined their comrades in the van types. By the time Barnett was shooting down her first opponent of the day, Jusenkyo and her rowing mates had already racked up an impressive kill ratio. I can't do this. Ezra screamed as the pain increased. Her body was in absolute agony as her breathing became shorter and her contraction rate increased. Yes, you can, Slade said, as he was about to receive a newborn life. Ezra shook her head as tears flowed down her cheeks. I can't. I'm scared. It's okay, Ezra. I'm scared too, Slade admitted as he could see the first signs of the baby emerging. You're scared, Mr. Alien? Dinah said in surprise. She didn't think Slade was scared of anything. Slade gave both girls a whimsical smile. It's been my experience that fearing nothing is for idiots. If you're not afraid of anything, then that can get you killed real quick. I learned that the hard way with Saber and the Harvesters. Being scared is natural and it helps keep you alive sometimes. But listen to me, Ezra. This is what you wanted, right? This is the reason why you got the seed. You want this more than anything, right? Ezra sniffled back her tears and nodded, before letting off another gasp. Slade gave her another reassuring smile. Being scared is okay, as long as you don't let it keep you from doing what needs to be done. And you need to do this. That baby needs you and I need you to help me. Are you ready? We're almost there. Ezra nodded again. Thank you, Slade. She then resumed pushing. Out in space, Mia and her dreads darted about as they continued to engage the enemy units. The dread leader knew that they had to win this engagement and quickly. Gascogni couldn't launch her supply shuttle to rearm the dreads and the van types were getting low on ammunition. Most of the warrior squadron was now reduced to melee weapons. Just then, she saw that two large capital ships were heading straight for the Nirvana. She contacted her squadrons to begin attacking the Tekkadread ships. Jusenkyo also noted the approach of the two vessels and ordered her team to do whatever they could to slow their approach. Releasing the last of her missiles at one of the ships, she then took out her Vanguard's polearm and charged in. Several others followed her, wishing for the appearance of their commander Slade. Slade, however, had his hands full, literally. The baby was almost out as he urged Ezra for one final push. Just then, the ship was rocked to one side, then to another. Mia gasped as she and the others witnessed the Tekkadread ships launch some metal tendrils at the Nirvana. Each metallic strand pierced an arm of the pirate vessel. Now using the tendrils as tow lines, the Tekkadread ships then began towing the Nirvana away. Both Dread and Vanguard leaders immediately commanded their teams to attack the tendrils as freeing the Nirvana became top priority. The mecha fighters began chopping away with their blade weapons while the sleek dreads fired with everything they had. However, it seemed that nothing could stop the enemy from finally claiming victory. That is until Slade let off a sigh of relief as Ezra's baby girl took in her first breath of air and cried out. He just managed not to faint at the sight of the newborn. A minute later and Ezra pushed out the afterbirth remnants, including the umbilical cord and the placenta. At that moment, Puro suddenly came back online as his monitor displayed the phrase "password accepted." All systems on the ship had begun to function normally again, with the exception of the shields, due to the fact that there were two seed ships with their tendrils piercing the hull. Then the Nirvana shuddered again as several cube fighters scored a direct hit on the section that was near where Slade and the others were trapped in the elevator. The elevator shook and then an awful grinding noise was heard as the braking mechanisms, which kept the group from plummeting down the shaft, gave out. With a final lurch, the elevator began to fall. Inside, Slade gritted his teeth as he felt the sudden drop. Damn! No choice now! Quickly wrapping Ezra's child in his jacket and handing it to her, he then shouted out to both women. Grab onto me. Raising both arms up with the palms spread, he powered up his inner energy and fired off a short blast of ki and quantum energy. The top of the elevator was blown clear off, as he reached out and used one arm to bring Dinah close to him and the other to Ezra. The new mother was clutching her daughter close to her chest as Slade took a deep breath and jumped straight up. Powerful leg muscles propelled the four up and out of the elevator like a rocket. The car was sent hurtling down from the force of reaction as Slade and his passengers went the other way. As he reached the apex of his jump, he managed to direct his trajectory toward one of the walls of the shaft. Using the surfaceal rebound off, he triangle jumped to the opposite wall, then bounced off that side, up to the door to deck 4. Knowing that he only had one shot at getting it right, he extended his right leg out and kicked. Kawhang. The elevator doors exploded outward as Slade went into a tuck and roll, using his body to cushion the impact and protect the girls, as they landed on the floor in a tangled mess. A moment later, a thunderous crash was heard from the open shaft as the elevator hit the bottom. Slade let off a sigh of relief as he slowly disentangled himself from the others. Hey, is everyone okay? I'm alright, Ezra said slowly as she checked the precious bundle in her arms. The baby let off a loud cry, but she saw no injuries to her child. Dinah shook her head to clear it, then gave Slade one of her smiles as she looked down at Ezra and her baby. Seeing that they were fine, she nodded. We're okay. That was amazing, Mr. Alien. Slade was so relieved at hearing this, that he didn't even bother to remind the Radam not to call him Mr. Alien. At that point, he heard a familiar and annoying voice. Don't worry. BYORO will save BYORO too. The Tekkaman frowned as he saw the annoying automaton rushing toward them. Behind it was the doctor and Piley. You think you can handle things here? Slade asked Dinah as he got up and made his Tekka crystal appear. The Radam nodded as the Tekkaman began running toward the nearest airlock. Out in space, Mia led her fighter squadron in a concentrated assault on one of the siege ships. The attack focused on cutting the Nirvana free of the metal tendril that was attached to it. The line was finally severed, freeing the pirate vessel from one of its captors. However, That was when the Dread leader realized that her fighter and the others were almost completely out of ordnance and ammunition. She was about to lose hope when she caught a flash of emerald light coming out from the nirvana, which was followed by another object from the main hangar bay. At the same time, the nirvana's maneuvering thrusters started firing as it tried to pull away from the enemy ships. "Sorry I'm late," the Tekkaman called out as he landed on the Tekkapod's back and sped toward the nearest Dread, which was Jura's. "I had my hands full delivering Ezra's baby. Both are doing fine." The pilots of both the Vanguards and the Dreads began cheering at the news as the Tekkaman and Jura's Dread began fusing together. Tekkadread Jura immediately assumed its tiger form and raced toward the remaining seed ship, which was still attached to the nirvana. Inside Tekkadread Jura, Slade focused his energies into the instruments and aimed for his target. Tiger Claw ULTKK. With one swipe from its claws, the Tiger Mecha cut the last remaining tether, thereby freeing the pirate craft completely. "Yes, that was absolutely perfect," Jura exclaimed. "Let's finish this off." Slade cried out as he saw that both Earth ships and their escorts were still pressing their attack against the nirvana. "PGA's combine." The Tekkapod acknowledged the order and flew toward the Tekkadread. In seconds, the machine merged and initiated the third transformation of Jura's fighter, forming a cat-humanoid mecha. Tekkadread Jura X got between the enemy and the nirvana and raised its shield arm. The energy barrier it produced began absorbing all incoming shots from the cube types. When it reached its limit, the barrier let loose with a feedback blast, obliterating all the lesser foes in one shot. Then its claws began emitting massive amounts of energy waves as it let loose with its ultimate attack. Cat Fist VOLTKK. The two seed ships were sliced in half, then exploded moments later, thereby ending the conflict. Later, what? You mean that the password was a baby's cry? Magno asked as she had just been given Parfax analysis. Yes. PC nodded. Apparently, Ezra's baby saved us all from the virus. That capsule was programmed to respond to a certain audio frequency, specifically that of a baby's voice. So you're now able to read the information on that capsule? Yes. I was about to play it. Have it playing on all communications. I want the entire crew to hear this. Magno ordered. Everyone on board the Nirvana stopped what he or she was doing, as view screens appeared and began relaying the message. They depicted an image of a laboratory and two people. One of them was an aging, balding man with a kind of technological monocle and a beard. The second person was a woman with long brown hair and was wearing a kind of metal visor. The visuals were somewhat grainy, but everyone could see it overall. Then the man spoke. I apologize for the trouble we may have inadvertently caused to you, but it was my belief that the cry of a baby was a sure sign of a flourishing human civilization. We are from the Earth, or rather what is left of our homeworld. To fully understand the situation that you are now facing, I feel that reviewing our planet's history is in order. The screens then depicted an image of a blue-white planet with a kind of ring floating around it. This is what our planet Earth looked like, more than a century ago. Around it, you see the structure that we had named the orbital space ring. It had been intended to be a kind of launching station for when humankind would begin colonizing other planets. It had also been intended as a line of defense against hostile invaders. Despite having suffered countless wars on Earth, humankind still had its sights set on the stars. The woman nodded as she took over the explanations. However, that was not to be, for when the Earth was finally ready to take its first voyages into space, it fell under attack by an unknown and extremely powerful alien race. The scenes now depicted the Earth under attack by the same forces that had wiped out the Radam. The planet and the surrounding space became littered with ships, debris and explosions as Earth's fleets were decimated. We fought them for as long as we could, but it cost us nearly 90 to 95% of the planet's population. Near the end of the war, the survivors were left with two options: continue to battle or flee our Earth. During that time, a new energy source was discovered after some freedom fighters had captured an alien battle cruiser. It seemed that we were not the only race in which the aliens had battled. They had taken a new kind of technology from another race that was known as the Radam. The technology was referred to as the Tekkaman power system. This immediately got Slade's attention. He had heard the name of Radam several times before during his travels. His gaze became fixated on the view screen as the man took up the explanation again. All through the ship, the women gasped in total shock as everyone began thinking of Slade. Was he a part of the Earth forces that were after their body parts? Using this new power source, which we later renamed Ikazuchi, we were able to create a fleet of transport ships in order for the survivors to flee into space, in the hopes to colonize other worlds and preserve the human race. Those that stayed behind used a second Pixies prototype to continue the fight against our alien enemies. We won, however. Victory came with a terrible price. The woman nodded. Our alien adversaries were only concerned with survival and saw us as nothing but food. However, after defeating our enemies, we became like them. After losing contact with the colony ships, the remainder of Earth's dwindling populace fell into despair, thinking that they were the last vestiges of the human race. Eventually, they fell into a state of madness. Now see our once beautiful world as it is now. The scene changed to display an image of a dark world surrounded by machinery. Slade became even more shocked as he recognized it was the very same place in which he had awakened from the Tekkapod. It can't be. If that's the Earth, then I'm the man spoke once again. The orbital space ring is now a cage of gears and machinery. Our natural satellite Luna has been engulfed within it. Within that cage, the few surviving humans have set up cities in which to live, for the surface of the Earth is no longer capable of supporting us. The insides are like giant washing machines with constant acidic storms and very small land masses. Because of this environment, Humans had reached a genetic saturation point in which we could no longer evolve. As a result, no children can be born on Earth. This news brought even more shock to the crew of the Nirvana. Ezra became especially nervous as she held her baby close to her chest. Cloning has also failed as we are now at an evolutionary dead end, the man continued. Then finally, the need for self-preservation, just like the alien enemies we had defeated, became all-encompassing. The idea to use the organs of those who had survived in space was instigated. The people of Earth had long since lost their sense of morals and are now only concerned with survival, at the cost of everyone else's lives. Using their Pixies drama, they had constructed a fleet of automated machines to efficiently harvest the humans who had set up colonies on other worlds, without mercy. The leaders of Earth are even trying to fully understand the Tekkaman system, so they may achieve absolute power. The man shook his head sadly as he finished up his explanations. I do not know how we came to this madness, but I feel that this will only lead to the final destruction of our once proud race. For those of you who had received this message, I implore you to resist all attempts to harvest you. You are truly the hope for humanity and our torch to the future. Magno nodded as the message ended. Let it be known that we have received your message and we shall continue to fight on. She then turned to her first officer. BCE, it is now more imperative than ever that we warn Megele and Tarak of this danger. We must do everything in our power to ensure a bright future. She thought about Ezra's baby and added, a future in which that new life can grow in peace. Kuzum solemnly nodded as she instructed Bart to resume the trip back to their home system. Slade wandered the hallways of the ship, not particularly carried on his destination. His mind was a billion light years away, as he considered all that he had just learned. I'm from Earth. For so long, I've wondered just where I came from, and now I find out that I'm from the same place as our enemies are from. I can't believe that they have the Tekkaman power system. Then again, that could explain Saber. Does this mean that I'm one of them? No. That's not possible. This is all so confusing. Just when I learn one answer, I end up with 100 more questions. Who and what am I? What does it all mean? D-boy. Slade's head came up when he heard Magno and turned around. He assumed that he was so preoccupied that he didn't notice the old woman coming behind him. Oh, hello, Captain. I've been looking for you. I've called for you several times on the intercom, but you never responded. Sorry about that, Grandma. I've been thinking about a lot of things. Yes, I guessed that you would be, considering what we've learned about our enemies, and about you. If you're worried about the crew becoming hostile against you because of that message about the Tekkaman power system and the Earth, then don't be. We may not have all the answers about you, Slade, but after what we've all been through, we all know that you are not the enemy, but our friend. The Tekkaman gave her a small smile. Thanks. That does make me feel a little better. Good. Oh yes, I wanted to tell you that Israel would like to see you in the sick day, concerning her child. Huh? Is something wrong with the baby? He became concerned, and began to think that the escape from the elevator had hurt the innocent child. Magna waved off his fears. The baby is doing fine. Ezra told me that she wanted to see you now. It seemed to be something of great importance. The sick day, it's so cute, Dinah remarked as she and Puro gazed upon the sleeping child. Lying beside her was Ezra as she was recovering from childbirth. So what are you going to name her? Dinah asked. Her name is Puro too, the robot said enthusiastically. No way. That's not cute, especially for a girl. The decision has already been made, Puro maintained. We should ask the captain on a name, Dinah interjected. Puro too. Puro too. Puro too. Ezra gave the robot a gentle smile, but shook her head. I'm sorry, Puro-chan, but I did tell you before that I would choose a name for her. I never said that it would be Puro too. Of course her name is Puro too, the automaton said. What else could it be? At that moment, Slade came into the room. Oh hi. Slade was a bit nervous as he saw the mother and child. Hello Slade. I'm glad you came, Ezra greeted. Hey Mr. Alien. You want to help us pick a name for Ezra's baby? Dinah asked. She already has a name, Puro argued. It's Puro too. The Tekkaman frowned at the indignant little machine and said in a firm tone, I think that Ezra is the only one who has the right to name the baby. After all, she belongs to her and you had nothing to do with the baby's creation. Puro was about to argue further. He then got the message and backed down, when Slade held up a fist and powered some of his ki into it. The robot knew that Slade could reduce him to scrap in an instant. He then lowered his fist and started smiling at the new mother. So Ezra, what name have you chosen? The gentle bridge officer smiled back as she replied. I've decided, Puro too, right? Both glared down at the machine, which made it go silent. Ezra continued. As I was about to say, and I've decided to let you name my daughter. The former Sodom was totally taken by surprise by this. Me? Ezra nodded while Dinah smiled. You saved my life, Dinah's and my baby. You helped bring my little girl into this world. I can't think of a better way to thank you than to have my daughter grow up with the name that you've chosen. I don't know what to say. I'm honored. Ezra nodded. So what will be my daughter's name? Slade took on an introspective look as he tried to recall every name for a girl that he could think of. For a moment, he thought about naming the baby Saran, in honor of that kind Melano's engineer who died during a harvester attack, but then decided to choose something else. In the back of his mind, another name seemed to call out to him. It was a name that he had often heard in his dreams, though he had no real recollection of it. He had often suspected that the name had something to do with his long-lost past. He smiled as he bent down over the baby's bed. So you've chosen the name of Puro too, right? Clang. WHUMP. Puro's circuits became glitched, after Slade used an index finger and flicked the annoying little machine away. It was now lying on the other side of the sick bay, with its main screen showing static and giving off some electronic moans of pain. Beep. Squawk. Peasy. Bleed. Error. Slade addressed the little one in a quiet voice. Your name will be Nodoka. The name brought a smile to the baby's face as she continued to sleep. At that moment, Misty came in, dressed in a simple nightgown. Hello everybody. Ezra nodded. Oh hello. And how are you today? The young girl nodded as she replied. I'm feeling fine, thank you. Congratulations on the baby. She then grinned as she immediately went over to Slade. I just heard that you named the baby Nodoka. That's really nice. Oh yeah. So what name will you give for our baby? Oh. Say what? You're so darn cute when you get like that. Misty reached up, brought Slade's head down to her and kissed him full on the lips. Yay! Dinah was in a state of total shock as their lips touched. Mr. Alien belonged to her. Misty licked her lips as she pulled back, leaving an equally shocked Slade. Vanilla. My favorite. She then reached up to kiss him again. WHOSH. Slade left a huge dust trail as he left the sick bay at supersonic speed. Nearby, a certain someone clicked her camera. Vibe check. Later Dwero frowned as he saw the results of his initial analysis come up on the computer's monitor. He had hoped that his suspicions would prove incorrect, but instead they were dead on. He began running a series of additional calculations on his findings, but their results came up the same. He shook his head as he saw the final projections. Not good. Not good at all. This is very disturbing. I need to do some more tests, but if they turn out to be the same as the first one, then the future of both Megele and Tarak is in jeopardy. The bridged Magno smiled, as she was just informed on the name of Ezra's baby. Nodoka, eh? Now that is a name in which I haven't heard of in a long time. I wonder where the boy heard of that name. To be continued author's notes. Well, that finishes off the second chapter. From here on out, the series is going to take several twists and diversions from the original Vandread, the second stage. I also have some new surprises waiting in the next couple of episodes, as well as some new characters, thanks to a few of my readers' suggestions. Who's going to get Slade in the end? Well, that's still all up in the air. See you next time. Chapter 4 Chapter 3 The Difference Between Men and Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. By now, the readers should know that Vandread, Ranma 1/2 and Tekkaman Blade belongs to their own respective creators. Thoughts Chapter 3 The difference between men and women. Slade sighed as he headed toward the gym for a little exercise and to work off some tension. Over the last 2 weeks since the birth of Isra's daughter Nodoka, in which Puro still insisted that the baby's name was Puro too, things had taken some dramatic changes. The biggest changes of all were with the Nirvana's helmsman Bart Garsus and the dread pilot Jura Basil Eldon. Unbelievingly, Bart had actually grown a backbone and Jura was now interested in men, particularly the Tekkaman himself. Slade's thoughts went back to that fateful day when the Nirvana had encountered another planet that was under the Harvester's rule. Slade became even more disgusted about the world of his origin after learning that the planet had been one of sites in which massive environmental and genetic experiments, courtesy of the Earth, had taken place. As a result, the soil, water and air had been polluted and the inhabitants were doomed to a slow and painful death from the time they are born. Very few ever made it past the age of 40. What was even worse was that the earth collected the bodies of the dead like vultures, leaving nothing for the people to remember their loved ones die after they perish. As a result, the people spend most of their lives creating little wooden dolls of themselves, to prove that they had existed on that poisoned world. Each doll was placed in a large storehouse and was the only legacy of a person's life. The pirates had tried, they had really tried to help them. However, nothing short of terraforming the entire planet could have saved them all. The best they could do was to seal off a few small areas with pixies, so that any future babies could be born normal and healthy, forever protected from the lethal effects of their planet's biosphere. It was a pity, though, that the rest of the population could not be spared as well. One person in particular had every right to live, but died at the tender age of 9. Her name had been Shirley, and it was because of her that Bart finally decided to grow up. Bart had formed a very close bond with the little waif and had excited her with tales of his great adventures in space. Though he was lying like a rug, Slade couldn't fault the boastful moron for keeping the little one's spirit up. In fact, she had begun making a doll of Bart as a keepsake. Unfortunately, during an attack by the enemy, Slade had been busy with Jura and keeping the planet's atmosphere contained with her Tekkadread shield. As a result, the Dreads and Vanguards had been badly outgunned and would have been destroyed, were it not for Bart. He had been reluctant to leave Shirley, but through an act of true bravery, he faced off against the enemy and using a new weapons system on the Nirvana, actually defeated the enemy single-handed. However, by that time, the innocent girl who wanted only to finish her doll died. Bart had become heartbroken over Shirley's death. He had even begged Slade to use his powers to bring her back. However, as great as a Tekkaman's power was, the former Shogun had no control over life and death. It seemed that Bart would slip into the deepest of depression. Fortunately, thanks to some advice from Magno, he found the will to carry on. In fact, in honor of Shirley and her unfinished doll of him, which had no hair, Bart had decided to shave off his own blonde locks. This had surprised nearly all of the crew, but Slade could tell that the helmsman would be alright, though Bart's new look would take some time to get used to. Slade's thoughts then turned to Jura, and he shivered a bit as he remembered that time in her Tekkadread. Flashback. Roger, perfect. We'll keep things under control here, Slade replied as he signed off. Sitting beside him in her chair was Jura, who had just finished polishing her nails. Currently, the Tekkadread was in its first form with its barrier surrounding the entire planet. Slade? Yeah? Do you realize that we're all alone up here? Jura started to lean forward seductively. Yeah. So, what's your point? Slade became nervous as he started edging back into his seat. The way she was leaning forward was showing off more of her ample bosom, and since she never wore a bra, Slade could start making out her. Slade winced as he tried to banish such thoughts from his mind. This was definitely not the time. Jura's smile became slyer as she continued. My point is that there is no one else up here. That means, whatever happens will be just between the two of us. Slade began frantically backpedaling from her as heart and breathing rate began to climb. Whoa! Hold on there. What are you talking about? Jura giggled a bit as she began following him. Oh, come now, Slade. I know you know what I want. I told you before that I wanted a baby, and I just know that you'd make the perfect Oma for my little girl. Also, I want you to name her when she's born, just like you did with Isra's. She's going to be beautiful, I just know it. Whoa! Slow down. I don't think you thought this though. Slade waved a hand in front of him, trying to stave off both the very willing and voluptuous Jura, as well as the effects of his own body to her advances. A very large part of him wanted to jump her bones, and it was taking a lot of his willpower to keep him from acting on his more primal instincts. What else is there to think about? The blonde pilot said while shrugging her shoulders. I've decided that it's time for me to be a fema. What brought this on? Slade asked. Well, after seeing how beautiful Ezra's baby turned out, I feel that I'd make a good mother myself. Okay. I guess I can't argue with that, but why me? Why not? After all, men and women used to be able to make a baby, right? Yeah. So what's your point? My point is that I want my baby to be perfect, and I think that using your seed would give me the ideal daughter. Whoa! Hold on a minute. The Tekkaman interrupted as he began inching away from her. At that point, he was grateful that the seats were able to move freely around the circular cockpit. It looks like you still need to know a few things. Oh? Yeah. I guess I should explain this a bit more. Slade felt very uncomfortable as he tried to describe the birds and the bees to her. He had only given Dwero and Bart a general overview of the process of natural procreation, and now he had to describe the procedure to the flighty Jura. For one thing, yes, it is true that a man and woman can make kids together, but it's really personal and it involves really close interaction. between the two. This perked Barnet's friend's interest immensely. Really? Go on. Well, it's like this. The man and the woman have to be close. Close? You mean like this? Jura immediately moved toward him, which caused the Tekkaman to backpedal even further. What's wrong? Aren't I supposed to be near you? In his frantic efforts to keep Jura from getting closer, Slade accidentally brushed an arm against the Tekkadread's console. This activated the communications systems, audio only, on all channels. As a result, everyone heard, "Oh, the bridge." Slade, "Ooh, that's not quite what I meant. But yes, you do have to be close and..." "Jura, I'm getting confused. Am I supposed to be close to you or not?" Slade, well, I kind of meant close as in, how do I put this? Jura, you are making even less sense. Look, all I want is your seed. It's not like I am asking for very much." Slade, says you. "That's asking a lot. Besides, it's not that easy. Do you even have any idea what you and I have to do in order for me to give you my seed?" Jura, "No, but I'm sure that I can do it. How hard could it be?" Slade, "Say what?" Magno and Thuzum looked at each other in confusion over this conversation. Then both women, along with everyone else on the bridge, began eagerly listening in the register. "Jura, you said before that you knew about how a man and a woman could make a child. Well, I'm a woman and you're a man, so it shouldn't be any problem." Slade, well, technically speaking that's right. More or less. Jura, so why don't we do it now? I can't wait to tag my little girl. Slade, there's something else you should be aware of. Jura, like what? Slade, well, if you really want to a baby the old-fashioned way, I can't guarantee that you'd get a daughter. Jura, what are you talking about? Slade, well, when a man and a woman join, it's up to luck. Jura, luck. Slade, together, a man and a woman can have either a boy or a girl. If I gave you my seed, and I'm not agreeing to it yet, then you'll only get a 50-50 chance of getting a female baby. You could end up with a son. Jura, a son. Slade, yeah. You still want to do this? There was a very long silence as the people who were listening on the conversation held their breath for Jura's reply. Finally, she answered with a smile. Jura, HMMM. The first woman not only to have a child made by a man's seed, but also the first to give birth to a boy. That's great. Slade, come again. Jura, let's get started right away. Slade, you've got to be kidding. It's not that simple, and besides, we can't just take our clothes off and, forget I just said that. Jura, oh, so we need to be naked to get the seed? Sounds very interesting. I can do that. All of the registered girls, especially Yukio, began blushing furiously when they hear the sounds of clothes being removed. Apparently, Juro wasn't shy about certain things like nudity. Slade, hey! What you doing? Put that back on. Juro, you mean, we're not supposed to be naked? Slade, well yes, no. Arg. Just put your top back on. Juro, what's the matter? Sniffle, do you find me ugly? Is that why you won't give me your seed? Slade, no, I think you're very beautiful, and, it's not like it hasn't crossed my mind before, but I just, I just can't, I think that it would be best if you think about this some more. A sigh is heard with more rustling of fabric, indicating that Juro was clothed again. In her office, Gascogny smirked and thought that this was way better than any soap opera being shown on Megele. The Vandread and Dread anger. Juro, I've already thought about it, and I want a baby. I want it made from a man's seed, and I want yours. Slade, not that I'm not flattered, 'cause I am, but why me? Juro, I told you, my baby should be made from the best and you are the best man I've ever met. Slade, thanks, I think. Juro, besides, anyone who kisses the way you do would make a very good Oma for my child. Remember Anpathos? I can still remember you grabbing me and... Slade, hey! I thought we weren't going to mention that. This immediately got the attention of certain girls. What? Mr. Alien kissed Juro. Dinah gasped. It's not fair. Juro and that other girl got to kiss him. I want him to kiss me. Mia also became a bit agitated at hearing this, though she couldn't understand why. And she also didn't understand why she was imagining herself pressing lips with Slade. Shantu similarly felt a kind of anger at Juro for being with Slade, as she too had entertained thoughts of him being the Oma to her children. The sick day. Juro, come on Slade. Show me how it's done. You said before that you know about that sort of thing. Slade, well, yeah but I can't just... Look, it's really personal and I can't just... Juro, I can't believe that you're afraid to give me your seed. Are you a man or not? Slade, hey. Now you're getting personal. Juro, if you truly are a man, then you should show how strong and brave you are. Slade, what does courage have to do with my seed? Juro, no excuses. No more waiting. I want that seed now. Crash. Bang. Hoomp. Thud. Wump. Dwero became puzzled as he heard some thumping and bumping noises. Piley was busily scribbling away on her notebook while her recorder taped every word. PAI check. Juro, now where is it? Where do you find the seed on a man? Slade, hey. What are you doing? Juro, is it here? Slade, whoa. Watch those nails. Juro, maybe here. Slade, yow. Keep off. Juro, maybe over here. Slade, that tickles. Juro, now where is it? Slade, Whoa! Don't do that! Hey! Don't go there! What are you doing? Keep those hands to yourself. Jura, or maybe it's here. Beep 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 beep. The sound of some fabric being torn. Slade. The noises suddenly stopped and all became silent. Everyone on the Nirvana and the planet's landing party eagerly listened to their communicators. Finally, Jura's voice was heard. Jura, whoa. So, the rumors about men were true. Slade, that's not funny. Now give me back my pants. Two of the bridge officers looked at each other in confusion. What do you suppose she meant by that? Maybe it's about that. Island, Magno said with a bit of a smirk and a chuckle. Both girls blushed as they realized what Jura must have seen. Jura, never, believed that men did have, wow. It's, Slade, well, we have them. So stop gawking and give me back my pants. Jura, I've heard the stories, but, Slade, give me back my pants. Jura, is that real? It's single quotes so. Be Slade, will you just give me back my pants? Jura, oh sorry. Here you go. We now hear the sound of pants being quickly put back on. Slade, I can't believe you did that. Jura, I'm sorry, but I really want your seat and... Wait a minute. Jura snapped her fingers in realization. Slade, what now? Jura, that's it. Slade, what? Jura, it's there, isn't it? Slade, huh? Jura, that's where a man's seat is. It's in your... Slade, hey, let's not go there. We've got a job to do, so let's just forget about this. Jura, I'm right? That's where a man's seat is. Slade, I'm not talking to you. Jura, oh no you don't. Now you are going to show me just how can I get your seed from that. Slade, I said no. And let's not talk about this anymore. At that point, the interior of the Tekkadread became flooded with holographic communiques. I want to know how to. Slade is going to be my Oma, sugar. I want Mr. Alien to kiss me. Does Slade really have that? Do all men have that? Let's see it. So how do you get a man's seed? Can I have your seed too, Mr. Alien? Get in line, Ida. At this point, Slade screamed to the heavens above. Will you all just shut up? End of flashback. That was quite possibly the most embarrassing situation he had ever been in. Since that time, the Tekkaman had been bombarded by countless questions from the crew about the ancient practices of procreation and more than a few requests to strip. The only time he was ever naked in public was when he transformed, but the process was usually too bright for anyone to see his privates. Slade grumbled as he decided that a good hot soak would be better to ease his stress. He then changed his direction and headed for the bathing area. He knew that it was empty at this time of the day, so he was certain that no one was going to bother him for an hour. A few minutes later, Little did Slade know that several girls had decided to take an impromptu bath, and were also heading towards the same place. As they headed toward the bathing area, they conversed with each other. Each girl was carrying her personal bath items. "Ah, I've been looking forward to a nice, long soak in the jacuzzi all week," Jura said as she led the group. "After all the constant fighting, it's good to be able to relax." "You said it. I need a break from the register," Yukio agreed. "Nothing eases the muscles, after a long training session, like a hot tub," Jusenkyo added. Mia, Taira and Misty nodded as they followed the others to the changing stations, which were adjoined to the main bathing areas and stalls. In a few minutes, they all shed their clothes and laid them out in a nearby laundry hamper. As they wrapped themselves in towels, Jura caught sight of several articles of clothes that were definitely not feminine. "Well now, what do we have here?" Jura smiled as she picked up a certain jacket. Taira gasped as she recognized it. "That's Mr. Alien's. What are Slade's clothes doing here, unless he's—" Mia's question trailed off as she heard the sounds of splashing water in the next room where the large hot tubs and sauna were located. "Ah, that feels good." The girls stiffened up as they heard the Tekkaman's voice. Yukio, Jusenkyo, Mia, Taira and Misty all began blushing as they realized who was in there. As for Jura, her smile became devious as she started rubbing her hands together. With one quick motion of her right hand, the towel was flung off, leaving the blonde pilot in all her naked glory. "Hey! What are you doing?" Misty asked in alarm, as Jura began heading toward the entrance to the bathing area. "What's it look like?" Jura said with a glint in her eye. "This is an opportunity that I just can't pass up." This caused the rest of the girls to be even more shocked. "No," Taira said as she ran up and got between Jura and the door. She spread her arms out wide and shook her head emphatically. "Mr. Alien isn't there." "Exactly," Jura nodded. "With no clothes and this door being the only way in or out, there's nowhere for him to run. It looks like I'll be getting that seed sooner than I thought." "You can't. I won't let you." Misty nodded as she stood in front of Jura, blocking her path. "For once I agree with her. We're not going to let an old lady like you get near Slade." "Who are you calling an old lady?" Jura said in outrage. Her expression then softened as she tried a different tactic. "Now come on girls, aren't you the least bit interested in seeing Slade in his birthday suit?" The cheeks on both girls reddened as they suddenly brought up an image of a nude space warrior in their minds. The rest also began to feel embarrassed, yet curious. Sure, they had seen Slade transform, but the process only allowed them to see an outline of his body, as it was usually too bright to make out any details. Jura went on as she addressed Taira. "Don't you want to know everything about Mr. Alien, Taira?" She turned to Misty. "And Misty, since you're from that time in which men and women lived together, I'm certain you know what I saw of Slade. And I must admit, he was quite impressive." Misty's cheeks took on a deeper tone of crimson as a series of very naughty thoughts entered her mind. She began twiddling her finger while bowing down her head in embarrassment. "You mean Slade is really MMMMHMMM. I wasn't exactly certain what it was, but it was very interesting. And that's where a man's seed comes from, right?" Yes," Misty replied in the barest of whispers. "Ah, good. Then I shouldn't have any problems." The curvaceous blonde then began moving toward the door again. "Hold on." Misty came out of her embarrassment and spread her arms out, blocking Jura's path again. "You can't just go in there." "Oh? And why not?" "Because Slade wouldn't interested in an old bag like you." "Old bag? I think you should take another look, Skinny." The blonde took a seductive pose, showing off her lush charms to their utmost, especially her breasts. Then she poked a finger at Misty's chest. "Maybe you should wait a few more years to fill out before you start calling anyone an old bag. That is, if you ever do fill out." The younger girl gritted her teeth at the insult. The fact that Jura had an extremely sexy body added more to the insult. Misty knew about how men were stimulated, and Jura's assets would certainly get a rise out of Slade. However, she wasn't going to give up on her Prince Charming. HMPF. Having big breasts isn't everything. I'll bet all the blood that goes to those boobs leaves your brain with very little oxygen. What did you say? If you didn't understand that, then I was right. Your chest is taking up all the smarts. I'm sure that Slade would prefer a girl with more up here. She tapped her right temple. Then down there. She then poked at Jura's bosom. "Why, you little brat. And even if you did go in there, you still don't know what to do with Slade to get pregnant." "Oh, I believe I can get Slade to show me. I was closed the last time." "Ha! Closed doesn't count." "Well, I was a lot closer than you." The two then began getting into a heated argument as the others watched. This was most unprecedented event in the history of Megele. Two women were actually fighting over a man. What was even more surprising was the fact that they two were thinking about going into the bath area and getting Slade's seed. Even Mia couldn't understand why she was feeling so warm and wet at the thought of encountering a nude Slade. It was at that moment that she noticed that someone was inching her away toward the door. "Dinah, where are you going?" The redhead stiffened a bit as she turned to face her squadron leader. I was just thinking that Mr. Alien might need some help in scrubbing his back and—" "Oh no you don't," Misty and Jura said together as they momentarily forgot each other and raced toward the entrance to the bathing area. Both Jusenkyo and Yukio nodded. They had decided that this was their only chance. 5 females pushed and shoved at each other, trying to get through the narrow opening. In the massive writhing bodies, their towels came loose and fell to the floor. With one final push, they all tumbled naked into the bathing area, to find it completely deserted. "Where's Mr. Alien?" Dinah asked as she picked herself off the tiled floor and looked about. The other girls got to their feet and surveyed the huge bath area. However, there was no sign of the Tekkaman, naked or otherwise. Oh no! We missed him. Jura pouted as she angrily turned to Misty. This is all your fault. If I had gotten in here sooner, then I would have been a famine 9 months from now. Don't blame me. He wouldn't have wanted an empty-headed bimbo anyway, Misty retorted. The two resumed their argument while the other girls conversed. How do you suppose he got out? Yukio asked. He couldn't have gotten past us. There's only one exit. The Amazon Vandread pilot wanted with the fun at the door they had come through. Maybe he used a secret alien power, Dinah suggested. Don't be ridiculous, Dinah, Mia said. Well, how much do we really know about Mr. Alien? Dinah insisted. I mean, he may have powers that we haven't seen yet. Maybe he can make himself invisible. Mia began reconsidering Dinah's suggestion. She had a point. Slade was a man of many talents. What she didn't know was that invisibility was not one of them. The subject of the discussion was actually closer than anyone had thought. Slade winced as he clung naked to the very high ceiling of the Nirvana's communal bath. When he had heard voices from the changing station, he knew that he was in trouble, especially when he heard Jura's voice. That dread pilot was bound and determined to get Slade's most precious bodily fluid, and she wasn't at all shy about being naked. The Tekkaman gritted his teeth as he found out that he didn't have a good grip on the ceiling. His hands and feet were still wet and he was starting to slip. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look down. However, when he heard some splashing noises, he looked down. ACK. Slade squirmed uncomfortably. The girls had decided to start dating and Slade saw everything. Jura's figure had silky smooth skin and her long, blonde hair spread out like a blanket of gold. The strands flowed like ribbons of satin as they draped over her shoulders and her large, round arg. He quickly shook his head and turned his gaze elsewhere, which was where Jusenkyo and Yukio were bending over a couple of stalls, raising up their firm jerk. He tried to look elsewhere, but ended up seeing Mia as she was soaping up her legs, which led toward her. Ugh. Finally he tried to look at a far corner, but saw Dinah and Misty glaring at each other, while they were scrubbing their chests. Slade noted that though Misty was only 14, her chests were starting to show signs of quit it, which contrasted with Dinah's well-formed. I said quit it. Slade could feel a lot of pressure building up in several areas of his body as he tried to regain control of himself. However, that was when he felt a nosebleed coming on. I can't let them see me now. That was when Slade's hold on the ceiling slipped and gravity took over. Meanwhile on Earth. So, how is the process going? One of the Earth leaders asked as he and the rest of the council stood in a laboratory. In front of them were 3 cylinders in which certain individuals were gestating. The technician nodded as he replied. The maturation process is nearing completion, Masters. We expect them to be ready within 3 or 4 days. Excellent. We expect these 3 to exceed that failure saber. Outside of the communal bath of the Nirvana, crew members who were passing by suddenly stopped when they heard a huge splash from the bathing area. Then they heard more splashing and a flurry of activity and voices. Eek. HH. So that's where you were hiding, Mr. Alien. Slade. Commander. Stay away from him, you old bag. Who are you calling an old bag? Now then, Slade, I want. Oh, no you don't. Hey, watch it. Wow. It really is true about Mr. Alien. Well, DUH. Of course it is. Whoa, it's so. Is that? You can run, but you can't hide, Slade. I want that seed. Leave me alone. TKSED dear. The entire chamber rumbled as a huge explosion rocked it. A minute later, the shaking stopped as the door to the bath opened up. Out stepped a 7-foot-tall armored figure. Draped over one arm were his human clothes as the Tekkaman angrily stomped down the hallway. The people in the area quickly made a wide berth to allow the irritated cosmic warrior through. When Slade turned the corner and was gone from sight, several girls decided to look into the bathing area. There, sprawled out on the floor of the now-ruined bath area, were 6 naked females with glazed looks on their faces. Juro let off a quiet moan. I was so close. From that point on, Slade took showers in his own quarters. Most of the times they were cold showers. 3, of course, the fires had already been lit. A few days later. What the hell is this? The bridge crew became startled as Slade came stomping in. His hair was still damp and it looked as if he had hurriedly put on his clothes after coming out of the shower. Boy, what's wrong? Magno asked. The Tekkaman held up his right hand. Clutched in his fist was a mass of mangled circuit boards, wires and what appeared to be a lens. You mind telling me why the showers had hidden surveillance cameras in them? They don't. Kuzum replied. Why would we have cameras in the showers? Slade's temper rose by several degrees. Then do you mind explaining why my shower has a camera in it? He smashed the remnants of the device on the floor of the bridge. At that moment, the 2 other men of the Nirvana also entered. Bart was panicky while Guero was looking very perturbed. Captain, we have spies on this ship. Bart cried out. This made Kuzum a bit nervous, but she quickly recovered. What are you saying? How could there be spies on the Nirvana? We're in the middle of uncharted space. I found a hidden surveillance device in my quarters near the toilet. What else could it be but spies from the Earth? The doctor shook his head while pinching the bridge of his nose. In a calm, yet somewhat restrained tone, he addressed the captain. Please excuse my comrade's behavior at this moment. The possibility of spies on this vessel is slim to none, and I severely doubt that the Earth would be interested in the process of Bart's bowel movements. Hey! My apologies, Bart. He addressed the captain again. However, I cannot blame him for being in such distress. I have also found some questionable devices hidden within my own chambers, particularly the bathroom. Since we can rule out the possibility of spies, I can only surmise that one or more of the crew had placed those devices. I had assumed that as part of this crew, we were entitled to our right to privacy. Magno and Tuzum both had really big sweat drops as they had a hunch as to the culprits' identities. Sick day. I didn't want to do it, but Jura and the others made me. Perfag protested as to where we had gotten the truth out of the engineer during a routine examination. Really, you've got to believe me. The doctor said nothing for a long time as he continued checking the brown-haired girl's vital signs. When he was through, he looked up from the monitors, sighed then nodded. I believe you perfect. Actually, I really can't blame any of you. He cocked his head a bit, and shrugged. If the situation were reversed, then I might have done the same thing. Really? Yes, well not quite in the same fashion, but still I would have been curious as well. Admit it. You wanted to know about my gender as much as Jura did when she asked you to bug our rooms, correct? Perfect swallowed hard as was about to deny it. However, when she looked into his eyes, the one that wasn't hidden by hair, she found that she couldn't tell any untruths to him. With her head bowed down, she gave him the barest of nods. Poirot gave her a small smile. I thought as much. When Slade told me about the process natural procreation between men and women, I started looking into all of the ancient files and texts that I could find in the old section of the Ikazuchi. I started making some connections between the physical differences between men and women. The bespectacled female swallowed hard as she remembered what Jura had told her about Slade and the Raw. Why you mean you've got that thing between? Quite. The physician replied as he finished the examination. Then, you know how men and women made kids? Only in the general sense. Slade didn't go into the exact mechanics, and those books I've read do not give much detail either. I've compiled all the data from the old files, plus everything that I've learned about female anatomy. Female anatomy? Perfect blushed a bit. I'm a doctor on board a vessel with a nearly all-female crew, remember? Poirot reminded her. In any case, until Slade tells me the entire story about ancient conception processes, I can only make approximations and theories on how it was done. After what had happened over the last few days, I highly doubt that Slade wants to talk about it. In fact, it was nearly impossible to coax him to give me a sperm sample from his last physical. What's sperm? That's what the seed of a man was called in the old days. I used that sample for various DNA testing and such. I've got it safely stored away. There's not much left and I intend to use the last of it for some experiments I'm conducting. After what happened, I doubt I could convince Slade to give me any more. Why you mean? You've got Slade's seed? Do you realize what Jura and the others would do if they found out? Yes, I can imagine the consequences. So I trust you will keep this information to yourself. Alright. I've already broken my oath of patient confidentiality by telling you this, but out of all the people aboard this ship, you are the one person in which I have complete faith. Perfect's cheeks turned pink with embarrassment at the praise and she felt her heart beating faster. Jura's quarters. Jura smiled as she turned off the listening device. Unknown to both Perfect and Puero, she had secretly planted a bug in the sick bay, in hopes of learning more about the old ways of procreation and of Slade. Now a grand opportunity had presented itself. Now the question was, how could she get a hold of it? This would require a lot of thought. What Jura didn't know that while she was listening in on Duero, so were a few others, since the blonde pilot wasn't as technically proficient with devices as Perfect. She did not know that in connecting the bug with the sick bay to her own chambers, she had also routed the device with the main communications system. The conversation between the engineer and the healer was transmitted to any comlink that was open at the time. The Vanguard hangar. Huh? What's this? Jusenkyo wondered as she read what was appearing on her Vanguard's main view screen. The register. Yukio was just sending out a routine order when a certain bit of information flashed on her console. The Dread hangar. Mia and Ida were both putting their dreads those systems check when they both saw the message. The two girls began blushing as they read it. Misty's quarters. I'll be damned if I'm going to let that bimbo beat me. Here we go again. Earth. Masters. They have been completed. The leaders of the Earth nodded as they watched their latest weapons against the Nirvana and that accursed Tekkaman Slade step out of the maturation chambers. The head of the Earth Council addressed the newcomers. You three shall succeed where Saber had failed. We shall give you some time to adapt to your new forms and organs. Then you shall destroy the Tekkaman Slade, once and for all. IW. Lance. Axe. And Rapier. To be continued. Author's notes. I expect that my readers got a good chuckle out of this as we head into Chapter 4. With this kind of situation, it was only a matter of time before the subject of SEX came up and how Slade would have to educate the Nirvana's crew about it. Unlike the original Vandread, the second stage, Jura is not going to give up on Slade as easily as she did with Hibiki. It's even more fun when there are other girls out to get him as well. Anyway, Chapter 4 will introduce a brand new character, courtesy of one of my readers who had given me permission to use his idea. See you then. 1. I decided to forego the third chapter of the original Vandread, the second stage, as I did promise that Tekkadread would diverge from now on. In any case, I don't want to rehash what was already shown in the original. 2. Hey, he's been traveling alone for a very long time, you know. He's not made of stone. 3. Naturally. Asterisk Chapter 5 Asterisk Chapter 4. Enter the Phantom DKK80 the second stage disclaimer. So what are you looking at me for? Oh, alright. Vandread, Ranma 1/2 and Tekkaman Blade belong to somebody else. What? Yakadis Thoughts Chapter 4 Enter the Phantom 1 year before the events of Tekkadread the first stage. Hey Viper-san. What are you doing? The lead pilot asked, as he was about to lead his group of scout vessels back to their home planet of Vegan. They had been patrolling the outer perimeter of their system, looking for any signs of the harvesters that had been recently raiding a few of their most distant outposts. Like Megele and Tarak, the vegans were a human race that had been part of the original colony fleet from the planet Earth. Corporal Galeon Viper-san, I order you to resume formation. The leader demanded as one of his squadron began going off in a new direction. The pilot in question shook his head as he began relaying the data on his sensors. Sir, I think you'd better have a look at this. I'm getting some strange energy readings coming from Sector G14. That's out of our assigned patrol area, the scout leader said angrily. He had been having insubordination problems with the young and relatively new recruit for some time. Galeon was not someone that obeyed orders well. He was more of a loner and he had a bit of temper as well as an impatient streak. He was above average height at 6'5" and possessed long, silver hair that was tied back. His eyes were blue-gray and his body was slender, yet muscular. He was an accomplished hand-to-hand combatant, as well as an expert marksman with a proficiency in small arms, making him ideal for the military. However, his heart was in the right place and he was considered fiercely loyal to his comrades. He despised cruelty and would immediately jump into the fray when the strong picked on the weak. In retrospect, it was because of these admirable traits which also made him reckless. After seeing the horrors of the harvester attacks, he would volunteer for any mission that would bring him into contact with enemy and give him the opportunity to pay them back. Several times, he had broken ranks and attacked the harvesters head-on. That had landed him in the infirmary more than once. However, Galeon would not give up and had sworn to keep fighting until the enemy was annihilated. As of now, he had become restless with the routine and totally ineffectual scouting missions. They should be taking the fight to the harvesters and ending their menace, not go wandering about remote and empty areas of space where the enemy was nowhere in sight. He had gotten so bored that when his sensors picked up some strange energy readings, he pounced on the opportunity to relieve the tedium. His commander became very irritated as Galeon once again broke regulations and started heading toward a small nebula. Corporal, get back into formation. I just want to check it out. Who knows? This might be something that we can use to defeat the harvesters. Viper-san, I'll have you thrown in the brig for life. Return to formation. That's an order. It will only take a few minutes. That's about as long as your court-martial will take. Turn back now. I, Squawk, can't. BZD. You. Crackle. Breaking. FFTD. At that point, the leader of the scouting group lost all communications with his subordinate. He let off an enraged snarl as he pounded a fist on his console. What now, sir? Another subordinate asked. Viper-san's ship just disappeared from my sensors. I'm reading a lot of interference and a plasma storm was just starting up when he went into that nebula. Damn it. I told him to stay in formation. The commander let off an irritated sigh and was about to order his group to go in search of Galeon when his threat alarms went off. Appearing from behind the shadow of an asteroid were several ominous-looking vessels that looked like mechanical octopi. Behind it was a gigantic vessel that resembled a giant seed pod. Look out! The harvesters have found the United States. The men screamed in terror as they were mercilessly harvested and taken aboard the seed ship. One can only imagine the horror the scouting group briefly experienced before they were killed, taken apart and their organs preserved for the people of Earth. The process took only a few short minutes and then the automations began analyzing the star charts stored in the computers of the scouting vessels. The information was then relayed back to a nearby mothership. It seemed that the people of Vegan were an excellent source for lungs. So far, the harvesters had only been collecting them from the Vegan outposts. But now they had the coordinates to their home planet. Along with the spinal cords of Anthropos, the skin of the Melanos and several other worlds, it seemed that this year's harvest would be very bountiful. Floating in the erratic and lethal energy fields of the nebula was a gigantic asteroid. Embedded in its surface was the wreckage of a vegan scout vessel, specifically belonging to Corporal Galeon Viper-san of the Vegan Galactic Defense Fleet. The brash pilot had dived headlong into the plasma storm, which had damaged his sensors and caused him to crash into the asteroid. By all rights, that would have been the end of him. But he had defied all the odds. Viper-san had managed to survive the crash, though he had been badly injured. He would have soon perished if not for one cosmic twist of fate. Apparently, he landed on the same spot where a certain ship had been buried under the surface for centuries. It was a derelict vessel that had once belonged to the Radam. It had been lost during the great conflict between the Radam and the unknown enemy that would later attack the Earth. It had been dormant for well over 500 years and would have remained that way, had Viper-san's ship not crashed into it. The impact had jarred the Radam biocomputer in the ancient alien craft, causing it to release its cargo of Tekkapods. Nearly all of them were inactive, due to faulty shielding and damage from the initial crash. The Radam devices had been exposed to the nebula's electromagnetic storms and their energies had long since been drained away. However, one was still functional and when it landed near the vegan ship, its sensors immediately picked up the pilot's fading life signs and initiated the pod's prime directive. The dying vegan had no chance of escaping as the pod broke into his vessel's cockpit and engulfed him. Drawing on energy from his ship's power core, the Tekkapod then began transforming Galeon Viper-san into the present, the bridge of the Nirvana. So you see you've been here before, boys. Magno asked as she and the Tekkaman looked at the main monitor at another mission station. Unlike the previous one they had visited, several hundred people occupied this one. Slade nodded as he replied. Yeah, I remember this place. It's called Delta 6. It was one of the stops I made during my travels, before I hooked up with the Nirvana. The people happened to be a really rowdy bunch and... He paused for a moment as he felt a strange sensation wash over him. For a brief moment, a small flash of emerald light in the shape of his Tekke crystal appeared on his forehead, then faded away. Is something wrong, Slade? Puzo asked. Slade said nothing for a moment, then shook his head. None. It's nothing. I just felt strange for a moment. It felt familiar, but it's gone and I'm okay. So how about we say hello to those people? Deep within the mission station, another individual had also experienced a somewhat familiar sensation. The tall figure looked about but could see no sign of the source of his momentary discomfort. He shrugged as heard over the communications systems that a strange ship was requesting docking clearance with the station. A little while later, so are you the leader here? Puzo asked as she and her party stood before what appeared to be a throne at the front of a large room that resembled an arena. Behind her was Slade, Daida, Jura, Vascogni, Shanpu, Yukio and Barnet, who just happened to be toting some pieces from her collection of antique firearms. Sitting on the throne was a slender woman with long hair and dressed in skin-tight bodysuit. On her left was a large, hulking bald man that looked like he hadn't bathed in weeks, if not months. Yeah, I guess you could call me the leader, though it ain't exactly something great. The woman replied. It's just that nobody around here has the guts to face me. She then addressed to the man on her left. Isn't that right, Patch? The man called Patch nodded. Yeah. I mean nobody is suicidal to go up against you, Ms. Liz. Well, I guess you could've called me suicidal the last time I was here. Everyone's attention was drawn to the one who had spoken out, and many people, including the leader, gasped when they recognized the person behind Puzo. He had been keeping himself behind the others and avoiding eye contact with everyone. Now he stepped out into the open as he addressed the leader of Delta 6. How long has it been since I kicked your butt, Liz? Slade. What are you doing back here? Liz was in absolute shock as she stood up and gripped her weapon, which happened to be a beam sword. Daida became confused and a bit jealous as she asked. Do you know this person, Mr. Alien? Slade shrugged while nodding and smiling. Oh yeah. Don't let her tough girl attitude fool you. Deep down, Liz is just a lovable pussycat and... Liz gave off a blood-curdling shout of rage as she leapt down with her weapon activated. The energy blade came flashing down towards Slade's head. In an instant, the Tekkaman pushed Daida off to one side and leapt back into the arena, just as Liz's blades flashed at the spot he had been a heartbeat before. The rest of the Nirvana's party gave a wide berth as the station's leader charged after her opponent. All around them, people began shouting and cheering as the impromptu battle commenced. Don't you think we should help Slade? Yukio the XGI asked, as she gripped her battle spatula. Behind her, Barnett and the others were also tensing up for battle. Shantu shook her head. No. I don't think the commander needs any help. Look, he's just toying with her. If he wanted to win, he would have stopped her as soon as she had attacked. In the arena, Liz was getting frustrated as every one of her attacks was neatly avoided in an almost lazy fashion. Slade was still wearing that irritating smirk as he casually commented on each of her attempts to cut him to pieces. Slash. HMMM. You're still swinging into wide an arc. That's easy to evade. Hold still. Whoosh. Tachapi. That's a sword you're holding, not a club. I said hold still. SWOSH. Oh come on now. I would have thought you'd have at least compensated for that move. Damn you. Slash. TSK, TSK, TSK. What did I tell you before about losing your temper? Shut up and fight me. SHOM. Oh alright, if you insist. THOP. WOP. KDANG. WHOMP. Liz hit the floor of the arena, hair down her face as Slade simultaneously knocked the weapon out of her hand and tripped her up. Before she could react, she was immediately put into half Nelson with Slade's right knee pressing up against her back. As she started to struggle, the Tekkaman immediately began applying pressure while still smiling. Give up, Elizabeth. Don't call me that. Liz spat back as she tried to free herself, but she found she had no leverage. Okay, how about Lizzie? Or maybe Lizard? Slade applied more pressure. Well, the long-haired woman growled for a moment, then grudgingly gave Slade a nod. The Tekkaman instantly released his grip and stood back as the leader of the mission station quickly got to her feet. Seeing that her weapon had fallen too far away for her to try and grab for it, she settled with glaring at him for a long while. There was absolute silence for the longest of moments. Then slowly both combatants began to tremble and finally burst into peals of laughter. The crew from the Nirvana were in state of puzzlement over this new development as the two continued to laugh at each other. As they tried to figure out what was going on, another person in the crowds was giving Slade a contemplative look. He's good. Better than anyone I've ever seen. But why do I feel that I'm supposed to know him? Later, in the station's bar. You always were an unbeatable bastard, Slade. Liz commented as she sipped from her wine glass. She and the Tekkaman were privately discussing a few things while the rest of the Nirvana's party was mingling with the people of the Delta 6. Since Slade was already acquainted with the leader of the station, Kuzum appointed him as negotiator. None. I wouldn't call myself unbeatable, Slade remarked as he sipped from his glass of club soda. The Cosmic Warrior had long since learned his lesson in humility with the Harvesters and Saber. Just hard to kill. So what brings you back to this stop to hell? Are you with those other women? Yeah, well it's a long story. Right now, we're just stopping for supplies and stuff. We're heading to the Megele and Tarak home worlds to warn them about the harvesters. You know them? Liz let off a snort. Know them? Hell, nearly all of the refugees on this station are here because of them. This took Slade by surprise. Really? I didn't know that, and nobody told me when I was here last time. I only met up with the harvesters 6 months ago, and we just received more information about them over the last 2 months. Liz shook her head. Well, I'm not too surprised that you didn't know the last time you were here. It's not something people want to talk about, especially when they become the last survivors of their own world. Huh? Liz let off a tired and sad sigh as she explained. That's how things are on Delta 6. Nearly every day, we take in a few stragglers who had managed to escape the harvesters. The problem is, they don't have a planet to return to. The harvesters usually take their entire populations and leave nothing but barren wastelands. Patch and I, we're all that's left of our own world. I'm sorry. I didn't know. The station leader nodded. Yeah, well, now you know why things are like hell on Delta 6. We don't have nearly enough food and supplies for half the people here, let alone for any new people that come to us. So the basic rule is eat or be eaten. Only the strong survives here, but then, you know about that already. Slade nodded as he remembered his last visit to Delta 6. It had been pretty rough, and he had almost resorted to transforming into his Tekkaman form. I'm sorry that it's like that, Liz, but it doesn't have to be this way. I don't see any way for things to get better. We're barely holding together as it is. The fights and duels in the arena are the only things that keep us going. We can help you. How? Well, first of all, we can get a lot of this station's systems repaired and running. When I was here last time, I noticed that this place was in a terrible state, and I can only assume that it's gotten worse. That goes without saying. Liz agreed. Nearly 40% of the mission is either on its last legs or unusable. The generators are barely producing enough power to sustain life support, and most of the people here have to live in the dark. Water, food, and other essentials won't last for much longer. Medicinal supplies are basically non-existent. We're barely hanging on as it is, and I won't even get started with this station's defense systems. If the harvesters find us, then it would be all over. We can help you with some of that. The Nirvana has a very good team of engineers, and we can get more of your systems back online. Maybe we can get a water recycling and purifier system installed to solve your water problems. How about medical supplies and food? Well, that's a little harder since we're getting low on those things ourselves. I'm pretty sure that our doctor would be willing to treat those who are sick and injured. As for food, well, we're starting to run out of normal food. Excuse me. Normal food? Slade scratched the back of his head. Well, we've got enough Tarak nutrient pills to sustain more than 1,000 men for 5 years. The problem is that just about everyone on the Nirvana don't like those things. They like to have their 4 basic food groups. I guess I am partially to blame for the food shortage. Damn, my Tekkaman powers sure use up a lot of food energy. It looks like I'm going to have to go back to those pills for the rest of the trip. We were hoping to restock our supplies, but I guess that's out of the question. Maybe not. Liz interjected. What kind of food are these pills? Well, they're not exactly gourmet. They taste terrible, but they can provide enough energy for 300 hours of work per serving. The men of Tarak seem to be healthy living on those things. I want them. Huh? Why would want those awful things? The attractive leader replied. They may seem terrible to you, but they would be lifesavers to everyone on this station. Think of it. Enough food to feed 1,000 people for 5 years. Regardless of the taste, they would ensure that no one would go hungry until we got back on our feet. Considering that we only have enough food left to feed 300 people for a few months, those pills would be the best way for everyone to survive. You sure changed a lot since I last saw you, Liz. She sighed while giving Slade a whimsical look. I guess when I became the unofficial leader of this mission, I kind of began feeling the pain of everyone else. Maybe giving everyone 3 square meals a day might ease the tension. So is it a deal? We will trade a portion of our rations for half of your supply of pills. I'll speak to the captain on that, but I think that she might agree to it. Slade looked away to gaze upon the crowds of people milling about. Liz nodded. That's good. Now, let's start talking about medical supplies and... She then noticed that Slade was not paying attention and his expression had turned darker. Slade? What's wrong? Slade let off an ominous growl as he got up and walked toward a table that was in a far corner. He'd just spotted an old friend. Rabbi had just taken a slug of the whiskey in his mug, when he noticed that someone was approaching his table. His eyes widened as he got a good look at who was approaching and... ACK. Immediately after his spit take, he got to his feet and went for his side ham. He had heard that a large vessel had docked with the station, but he had not expected it to be the Nirvana. However, as fast on the draw as he was, Slade was faster. You little punk. I'll... Rabbi's right arm and wrist were immediately twisted as Slade shot out his left arm and grabbed hold of his adversary's limb. The pressure caused the traitor to lose his grip on his blaster pistol, which fell from his fingers. The Tekkaman deftly caught the pistol in his other hand and casually crushed it like aluminum foil. Tossing the now useless weapon over his shoulder, Slade then struck Rabbi's solar plexus with a quick palm strike with his right hand, causing Rabbi to double over. Then with a simple judo throw, he twisted and slammed the larger and heavier man to the floor. Keeping his grip on Rabbi's right arm and continuing to twist, Slade then positioned his left foot across Rabbi's throat. With one simple twist of his foot, Slade was in position to end the traitor's life by snapping his neck. By this time, everyone in the bar stopped whatever they were doing and turned their attention toward the source of the commotion. ERK. K-R-G-G-G-H-G-U-R-K. Slade glared down at the man in which he despised and gave him a smile that was not at all friendly. Well, well, well. I didn't imagine I'd meet up with you here at Delta 6, Sleaze Bucket. What's the matter? The harvesters aren't paying as well as they used to. This immediately got Liz and a few other people's attention as the leader of the station began running up to them. Slade? What's going on? Slade had made no indication of hearing her, as he continued to address the man, no the slime ball, he had pinned down. So how is my favorite traitor to the human race? Rabi tried to struggle, but Slade simply increased the pressure with his foot and twisted the renegade's arm a bit more. I'd stop if I were you, Rabi. I can either rip out your arm to use to scratch my back, or I can use my foot to snap your neck like a twig. Your choice. After hearing this, Rabi immediately stopped and settled for glaring at Slade with the utmost hatred. He still couldn't say anything since Slade's foot was only allowing enough air for him to breathe and was pressing up against his vocal cords. The cosmic warrior paid his expression no heed as he addressed Liz. What's this worthless piece of garbage doing here? You know, Rabi? All too well. This miserable excuse for a human being should be dumped out with the rest of the garbage. No, on second thought, that would be insulting to the garbage to call him garbage. I don't understand. Rabi may be a scoundrel and a cheat, but why are you? Let's just say that he's got a lot to answer for. Slade interrupted as he glared back down at Rabi. I don't have time for us to catch up on old times, so have a nice nap. He instantly moved his foot from the con man's neck, bent down while pulling Rabi up a little and belted him in the face. W.O.P. Rabi dropped like a sack of cement and was immediately unconscious. I still don't. Slade held up his hand, stopping Liz's inquiry as he took out his communicator and contacted the Nirvana. The bridge. What? Rabi is on the station? Magno said in surprise. Slade nodded as he replied. Yeah, and if he's here, then that means that the harvesters can't be far behind. The pirate captain shuddered as she realized that the situation had just taken a turn for the worst. A few minutes and one abridged explanation later. I don't believe it. Liz whispered after Rabi was taken away to a holding cell. He sold us all out to the harvesters. Believe it. Slade said quietly as he stood with the Boozle and the others. I've got more than enough proof from the people of Melenos and from one of Rabi's data modules. If you ask the people of this station, then I'm willing to bet that a lot of them will confirm that Rabi had been on their planets a few days or hours before the harvesters came. Probably no one had made the connection, so that's why he hasn't been punished for his crimes. I still can't believe it. Now's not the time for this. We can deal with Rabi later. Puzon said. We have to get ready for the harvesters. The Nirvana will cooperate with your people to fight them. Exactly what do you have in terms of weapons and defense? Not much. A few firearms and ranged weapons, but they're mostly for personal protection. Our shielding is pretty pathetic and Well, you've all probably seen how much of the station needs to be repaired. The only reason why we've survived for this long was because of Galeon. Galeon? Slade asked. Galeon Viper's son. He came by a few months ago. Liz explained. He's the last survivor of the planet Vegan, after the harvesters massacred the entire population for their lungs. He told us everything that we know of the harvesters. He's got some kind of secret weapon that has kept the enemy at bay so far. Secret weapon? What do you mean? Slade asked. We don't know and he won't tell us. It's just that every time our long-range scanners pick up any harvester ships approaching, then he goes off in one of our scouting ships to find them. Usually after 30 minutes to an hour, he comes back and our sensors no longer detect the enemy. We don't know how he destroyed them, but in return for his help, we give him some food and his own place on the station. Patch then came up to Liz and asked, should we call for him now? Not yet. We haven't picked up any sign of the harvesters and I still want to question Rabbi. I'd like to speak with this Galeon person, if you don't mind. I'd like to see this secret weapon of his. It might just help us battle the harvesters too. Slade said. The long-haired woman shrugged. Be my guest, though you won't get much out of him. He's a loner and prefers his privacy. You can usually find him on the 4th level of the station, D block, section 20. Just look for silver hair. He's the only person on the station with that hair color. Right. Slade turned to leave. I want to come with you, Mr. Alien. Dinah called out. The Tekkaman shook his head. Stay with the others. I'm sure that Boozle and the captain would need your help, when and if the harvesters show up. I'll try to get back as soon as possible. BC nodded as she addressed Dinah. We're going to need you to start prepping your dread along with Jura and Mia. She then turned to Slade. Stay in contact with us. We might have to use the Tekkadreads. Tekkadreads? Liz repeated in puzzlement. Slade shrugged as he prepared to leave for the 4th level. You've got your secret weapon, and we've got ours. He then ran down a corridor and disappeared around a corner. A little while later, Slade looked about as he stood in section 20 of the station's D block on the 4th level. Aside from the various piles of debris and junked components, there was nothing else in the area. There were signs of a person dwelling in this place, such as makeshift cot, a table for eating and several personal effects, but Slade could see no sign of the occupant. His senses were on high alert as he scanned for any sign of the person he was looking for. Then suddenly, his danger sense went off as he spun about and came face to face with him. The Tekkaman could have sworn that the stranger wasn't standing there before. So just how did he just appear from out of nowhere? Galeon Viper's son, I presume? He asked as he took an easy but ready stance. The tall, silver-haired 16-year-old nodded as he assessed his visitor, then replied, You know, after seeing you fight Liz today, I had a feeling that you'd come down here looking for me. She probably told you that I had some kind of secret weapon against the harvesters and you would like to know what it is, right? That's about it. Slade agreed. Well, I don't just tell my secrets to anybody, Galeon stated. So how about telling them to me? Slade suggested with a smile. I think we might be able to help each other out against the harvesters. The vegans nodded. You don't have anything that I'd want and I doubt you could help me against those alien bastards. You have no idea of the kind of power I've got. Then why don't you show me what you've got and let me be the judge? The knife on his Tekkaman went into a new stance. How about a quick little match? Galeon gazed upon Slade for a long while then smiled a bit as he too went into a stance. Why not? I could use a light workout. I promise you, this ain't going to be a light workout. Whenever you're ready. The vegan began the match with a fast high punch with a roundhouse kick combination. Slade avoided the first strike and blocked the second with an arm. He then retaliated with a short but fast rapid punch to the throat, then followed through with a reverse snap kick to the chest. Galeon blocked both of the moves, then reacted with surprising speed by grabbing hold of the front of Slade's jacket and throwing him over his shoulder. However, Slade reversed the throw in midair and tossed Galeon some 15 feet away. The silver-haired fighter twisted and landed easily on his feet, facing off against his opponent. Not bad. Usually the people I fight don't last beyond the first 30 seconds. You're not bad yourself, Slade admitted. You've got some talent. I've got a lot more than that, Galeon assured as he suddenly grabbed a large piece of broken equipment and hurled it at Slade with one hand. Since there were no rules stated in this match, the vegan felt that anything goes. The sweep of the former practitioner of the anything goes martial arts as he casually caught the projectile with one hand, considered it for a moment, then tossed it over his shoulder. The 200-pound computer console made a loud clang as it hit the floor, leaving a considerable depression in the metal. You've definitely been taking your vitamins, Slade remarked. Galeon was a bit put off at how easily his adversary caught the projectile and began to rethink his strategy. Slade was a lot stronger than he had anticipated, and Galeon came to realize that those first attacks were merely probing maneuvers. It was time to up the ante. The former space patrolman leapt high into a jump kick, which Slade dodged, and then he swung about with an elbow to Slade's face. This time, he put more force into the blow, which Slade blocked with one arm. Slade winced a bit as he felt the impact, which was harder than the last time. Apparently, Galeon was a lot stronger than a normal person was. Then, the silver-haired fighter shot out with his other fist, followed by another kick. Slade managed to twist to avoid the punch, but was tagged in the abdomen by the kick. The force of the hit actually made the Tekkaman backpedal a bit, but he immediately fought back with a spinning back fist. Thwack! The back of Slade's hand made contact with Viperson's face, causing him to retreat several steps, giving the both of them some more fighting room. The vegan held a hand to his nose and wiped away a small trickle of blood. Looking down at the crimson on his fingertips, he commented to Slade, "Damn. Been a long time since I got hit that hard." Slade rubbed his slightly sore abdominal muscles. "It's been a while since I got kicked like that. You wouldn't happen to be part mule, would you?" "No. Oh, I wouldn't exactly call myself completely human." "What are you talking about?" "That's for me to know and you to find out." Galeon decided that it was time to put all of their cards on that table. This was no ordinary person he was facing. Slade wasn't an amateur when it came to fighting. He was strong enough to actually hurt him, and Galeon suspected that Slade wasn't using his full strength yet. Then again, neither was he. For the first time, Galeon was actually being challenged, and he wanted to see just what Slade could do. Deep within his very being, he began to feel that same sensation of familiarity that he had felt before. "Ready for some more?" Slade asked as he resumed his stance. He too also felt a kind of connection with Viper-san. Slade's opponent nodded as they went at it again, exchanging punches and kicks with increasing force and speed. For a solid 10 minutes, neither one gave the other a chance to land any hits. They began pushing themselves even harder as they continued to battle. Finally, the two came to stalemate as both locked hands and began pushing against each other. Both fighters strained to overpower his opponent, exerting nearly full strength. "Give up?" Galeon strained. "Just getting started," Slade retorted as he applied more pressure. However, his eyes widened as he saw something appear on Viper-san's forehead. It was a top in the shape of a Tekkadread crystal. Slade's adversary also became surprised to see a Tekkadread crystal emblem appear on Slade's forehead. Both fighters immediately released each other's grip and stepped back. For another long period of silence, the two gazed at each other. Finally, Slade broke the ice by making his Tekkadread crystal appear and showed it to Galeon. The last survivor of Vegan was speechless as he stared at the emerald object. Then, he nodded to Slade's questioning expression and held out his right hand, making his crystal appear. Unlike Slade's, Galeon's was colored silver-white and was shaped like a rounded disc with 4 arms sticking out like the points of a compass. "Who are you?" Slade asked in a firm tone. "I am Galeon Viper-san, formerly of the Vegan Galactic Defense Fleet. I am also Tekkaman Phantom." At that moment, the alarms began blaring as the station began to shudder. Immediately, Slade's communicator beeped. "Slade, the enemy is attacking the station and they've begun sending in some kind of plasma drones that are immune to beam weapons." Kuzum said as she and the others began using the antique projectile weapons that Barnett had brought with her. "How did they get past the station and the Nirvana's long-range sensors?" Slade asked. "I'm not certain, but it looks like they've got some kind of jamming field that hid them from detection. I've already sent out Daida and Shanpu to their fighters to help assist Mia and the others, while we're getting the civilians to safety." "Did you find that secret weapon?" Slade glanced at Galeon, then shrugged before replying. "Yeah, I found it. Him. I mean, I found the weapon. Well, we can use all the help we can get. They're going to need you outside now. Roger that. After signing off, Slade turned back to the Galeon. Well, it looks like the harvesters just got the drop on us and we've got to fight them. Now I'm not going to force you to help us. You don't have to. Galeon said, cutting him off. After what those bastards did to my home planet, you couldn't hold me back with 1,000,000 ships. I've got the power to make them pay and I'm not going to let them do to this station what they did to Vegan. Just remember that you still owe me a match after this is over. Slade nodded. For now, they would be fighting on the same side as they both raised their crystals aloft and shouted out simultaneously. Tekkadread. Mr. Alien, where are you? Dinah cried out as her dread was being chased by several of the new cube fighters. Mia had asked Bart if he could use the Nirvana's guns to take out the enemy, but the navigator protested that the enemy was too close to Delta 6. Even if he did manage to miss the Dreads and Vanguards, the station would get caught in the crossfire. Just then, Dinah let off a cry of joy as she sighted a familiar flash of emerald light come forth from the station. However, no one was prepared to see a second flash of light follow Slade's. For the first time, others witnessed the transformation of another Tekkaman. Both Tekkaman were stripped of their clothes and bathed in blinding light. Unlike Slade's transformation, Galeon had both arms spread out with his feet together, forming a cross. Sections of emerald armor with red diamond designs, along with black and gray highlights. His head was encased in a helmet with V-shaped protrusions and a large, crimson diamond pattern on the forehead. His long, silver hair flowed behind the helmet. His shoulders were covered with large epaulets that were wider than Slade's. The rest of his armor became angular and plumed with several crystal spheres on his chest, abdominal and hip armor. When the metamorphosis was completed itself, Galeon took a fighting stance and shouted out for all to hear. I am Tekkama Phantom. Wow! It's another Mr. Alien. Dinah cried out. Rabbi groaned as he regained consciousness and found himself in one of the holding cells of the station. He winced as he felt a throbbing pain at the front of his face. Slade certainly didn't pull any punches. Unknown to him, Slade did pull his punch, since at full force, Rabbi's head would have been smashed open like a rotten melon. The walls shuddered and echoing noises were heard from every direction. The station must be under attack. They must not know that I'm still here. Rabbi had originally come to the station in search of the secret weapon that had been preventing the harvesters from approaching Delta 6. He figured that once he got a hold of it, he could either use it for his own purposes or sell it to the highest bidder. At the very least, he could gain some very valuable information that he could sell to his best customers, the harvesters. The trader looked at the energized bars of his cell and noted that they were of the same type used on the Nirvana. As luck would have it, the guards were not present and they hadn't bothered to search their prisoner for any hidden weapons or devices. Taking off the heel of his right boot, He used the device hidden within to deactivate the cell bars. He then used another device to signal for his primate companion Utan, who happened to be lurking about nearby. "Fall back!" Kuzon cried out as she fired off several rounds from the automatic shotgun in her hands. Early on, she and the other girls had discovered that beam weapons were useless against the floating green blobs, which the cube fighters had inserted into the station. They had some kind of prismatic effect that caused light to be refracted. However, physical attacks worked against the things, and Barnett's collection of old handguns, rifles and machine guns became the perfect tools against them. There were only two problems. They could only hold them off as long as they had ammunition, and the plasma drones had the advantage in sheer numbers. Gascogny and Parfat were in charge of leading the station's civilians to a safe area while BCE, Jura and Barnett laid down covering fire. Liz, who was armed with flamethrower, soon joined the fray. Meanwhile, Dinah, Yukio and Shanpu were fighting the cube fighters out in space. Recently, Yukio had signed on as a member of the Warrior Squadron and was certified as a Vanguard pilot. After obtaining a gun from one of the guards, Rabi and Utan soon found themselves on a balcony overlooking the spot where BC and the others were fighting it out with the plasma drones. The traitor had to give those women credit. Here they were, risking their lives for people they don't even know and would sooner rob them blind. As he continued to watch, that little used part of his character began to make itself known, as in his conscience. Soon, he found himself in a bit of a moral dilemma. On one hand, he could simply escape to his ship as he did before with the Nirvana. He was pretty certain that the cube fighters would not try to stop him from leaving the scene, as Rabi usually did with every planet he had betrayed. He had left the pirates to their fate back at that gas giant and hadn't thought about them again until now. After all, he was an informant for the Earth, and it certainly wouldn't be good for his health if he were to help those who stood against the harvesters. This was how he survived, and so far, it had been very lucrative, except for that time when he met Slade. Thinking about the Tekkaman made Rabi furious, and he had been longing to pay that little punk back for every injury, insult and humiliation he had caused to him. The problem was that Slade was definitely no pushover, with or without his armor. Attacking him head-on was akin to suicide. The con man had to think of other ways to get payback for all he had suffered from the Cosmic Warrior. He had been biding his time and gathering as much information about Slade as he could, so that he could report it to the harvesters and let them exact his revenge for him. Then again, what would happen if the harvesters defeated Slade? That would leave the rest of the human colonies wide open, and the harvesters would have no one else to stand against them. They would be able to harvest at will. And once they were finished, then what? Would that mean that Rabi's services, as an informant, would be over? And what would become of him then? The con man began to think about the possibility that the harvesters would turn on him once they had taken all that they could from the other human colony worlds. The way that they were desperate for human organs was obvious, and Rabi would be no more than spare parts to them, once his fullness ended. It was at that moment that Rabi decided that in this situation, it would be in his best interests to aid the pirates. Since the cube fighters had launched mindless plasma drones, it was unlikely that they would be able to determine between ally and foe. Therefore, for his own survival and perhaps score some more points with Liz, he'd fight with the Megele pirates. As he leapt down to join the battle, that small part of his being known as his conscience began to grow. Liz was quite surprised to see Rabi out of his cell. What was even more surprising was that he was actually firing against the enemy. She became confused at this sudden turn of events and wondered if what Slade had told her had been wrong. From her long-time relationship with the scoundrel, she had gotten to the point of actually liking him. He was a free spirit like herself, and didn't obey any rules, save for his own. Then Slade's words came back to her, and she also saw how much hatred and disgust was in his eyes when he had Rabi at his mercy. The Tekkaman had said that he had irrefutable proof to back up his claims. If what he said was true, then Rabi had been responsible for the slaughter of untold millions, including the people of her homeworld. As this was not the time to contemplate her feelings for him, and her sense of justice, she decided to reserve judgment until after the immediate threat had been dealt with. In space, Slade was impressed. Galeon certainly knew how to kick ass. For well over 20 minutes, they had racked up a considerable kill ratio as the harvesters had to contend with not one, but two living weapons. With the appearance of the two Tekkaman, the cube fighters began concentrating their attacks on them, thereby taking off the pressure on the dreads, vanguards and the mission. However, that only meant that Slade and Phantom had more targets to destroy. Harvester fighters fell by the dozens as the two space warriors ripped through their ranks and reduced them to floating debris. Unlike Slade, Galeon was armed with a weapon called a Take's sword. Unlike Slade's Tekkalons, the Take's sword was shorter and only had one double-edged blade. However, Tekkaman Phantom wielded the weapon with lethal precision. His opponents were sliced apart like paper in a high-speed shredder. His armor was also armed with shoulder-mounted guns and laser cannons in the wrists, making him as deadly at long range as well as close quarters. However, he was about to show the reason why he was called Tekkaman Phantom. Slade decided to take out more of his foes by shifting to his Tekka battle mode. In an instant, his armor became more dynamic as the boy became a human comet. More cube fighters were annihilated as he sped through their formations. After making several passes, he shifted back into his normal configuration and hovered near where Phantom had just polished off a trio of fighters. Galeon nodded to his comrade. "Not bad, Slade. Now check this out." The gem-like blisters on his armor began pulsating with light, which enveloped the Tekkaman in a nimbus of brightness. Then suddenly, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace for Slade to see. Huh? Where did he go? As if in answer to his unspoken question, Several cube fighters that began approaching him suddenly split into halves and quarters, as if some invisible knife had cut through them. Slade began tracking the path of destruction as some unseen enemy sliced more of the enemy apart. I don't get it. I don't see what's destroying the cube's end. Wait a second. I get it now. Tekkaman Phantom. Viper Son's armor must have some kind of stealth ability. No wonder the harvesters were never able to determine the secret weapon of Delta 6. He uses that power to ambush them. After obliterating a large number of the enemy and creating more fighting room, Phantom reappeared beside Slade. So how was that? Slade. Galeon began to stiffen up as his body started convulsing. Phantom? What's wrong? Tekkaman Phantom didn't answer as his body and brain felt as if they were on fire. He held his head between his hands as the pain continued. Oh no. Galeon thought. My time limit is almost up. Phantom. What is it? Galeon shuddered as he began heading back to the station. I'm sorry, Slade. I have to go. You're on your own. Forgive me. Without another word, he jetted back to the station and Slade found himself all alone against the harvester onslaught. Well, he was not completely alone as a certain dread managed to get past the enemy. Mr. Alien. Let's combine. When Tekkadread came onto the scene, it was no contest as it smashed through the enemy ranks and headed toward the station to aid its comrades inside. As for the remaining cube fighters, Mia's dread groups managed to get them far enough away for the Nirvana's self-guiding plasma cannons to take them out. In seconds, the harvester threat was put down. After dealing with the plasma drones and rescuing the inhabitants of the mission, Slade immediately disengaged from Daida's fighter and went to go look for the other Tekkaman. After re-entering the station and transforming back into his human form, D-Boy went back to where Galeon's quarters were. It was there that he found Galeon, leaning up against the wall and trembling. Galeon. It's over. We've won. The Tekkaman known as Phantom gave a small nod as he continued to shiver a bit. I'm glad to hear it. I'm sorry about leaving you like that, but I couldn't risk going over my time limit. Slade considered his counterpart with a puzzled expression, then asked, So, do you mind telling me why you suddenly turned tail and ran? Viper-san glared up at Slade and it looked as if he was about to start another fight. However, his expression softened as he nodded and stood up straight. Yeah, I guess you deserve at least that much. The reason I cut the fight short was because if I had stayed transformed any longer, then the next person you would have been fighting would have been me. Excuse me. Galeon took a deep breath and began his explanations. It all began over a year ago. Now wait a minute. What's all this about? Rabbi was quite surprised to see his old flame not wanting a gun at his chest with the laser target sight activated. All around him, several other people began brandishing a wide assortment of projectile and melee weapons as they all glared at him with fateful eyes. The trader had decided to come in for a drink after the battle and perhaps get reacquainted with Liz. However, as soon as he walked in, he was immediately surrounded and with the leader of the station the first to draw her weapon at him. It seemed that Rabbi's many crimes had finally come back to haunt him. Meanwhile, as Viper-san continued to tell the story of how he became a Tekkaman, Slade began to think back to the time in which he had awakened. Galeon's story about being enveloped into some strange alien pod made the Nearsman's Tekkaman consider his own long-lost past. Was I in a pod too? Was that what I came out of? Is that what made me into a Tekkaman? There were just too many questions racing through his head at the moment, so Slade tuned back to Galeon's story. I lost all track of time when that thing engulfed me. Galeon said. The thing, I don't know, healed me. All of my wounds were gone and I felt stronger than I had ever felt before. But there was something evil about it. I could feel its presence entering my mind, trying to blot out my memories, my life experiences, everything. But I fought it. I fought it with everything that I had. And I won. You were able to escape this pod? Slade asked. Galeon nodded. I managed to break out of it, and according to my ship's chronometer, I was in that thing for 17 days. Even though that pod managed to imprint some new information into my head, I was able to retain all of my memories, and my humanity. Afterwards, that's when I discovered that the pod had given me great power. He showed his crystal to Slade briefly before continuing. However, the same thing that had given me the powers of a Tekkaman also came with a price. The time limit. Yeah. For up to 30 minutes, I'm able to use my abilities as Tekkaman Phantom. I'm in complete control. However, after that, I begin to feel the evil that gave me my powers begin to take over. I've managed to extend that limit by a few minutes, but if I don't transform back, I lose control completely and I become one of them. The harvesters? No. I become like the aliens who had created that pod. I was imprinted with information about the creators of the Tekkaman power process. They were called the Radam. Slade nodded as he remembered back to the message in Misty's information capsule. Slowly, he was finding more and more pieces to the puzzle. However, there still remained many more questions. For instance, why was he not burdened with a time limit? He had stayed at Tekkaman for extended periods of time. At one point during his travels, he had been a Tekkaman for 3 days without any instability. The two Tekkaman continued to talk to each other. Slade learned that when Galeon had finally gotten back to his home planet, the harvesters had already taken every last man, woman and child, and he was the last of the vegans. Tekkaman Phantom had been waging a one-man war against the harvesters ever since then.